Hey guys, my name is Khadidra and I am new to the My Homeschool Village community. You might hear some kids and a baby crying in the back, and don't judge me, okay? But that's the very reason why I am so thankful for My Homeschool Village. I don't have time with 7 kids to just research as much as I want to and set up accounts and even send emails to customer service when something isn't right. I don't have time to do that. With 7 kids, me being in school, homeschooling kids, working on a business, like I have so much going on, and I feel like I was called to take my kids out of public school, and I'm so happy I found My Homeschool Village. You guys make it so easy for me to just have somebody I can trust, like your concierge service, whatever you want to call it. I need it, you guys, so thank you.
So I'm in college now, but before that, I was homeschooled. I did all my school at my house. My mom was the teacher and my dad was the principal. And I know what you're thinking. Homeschooled? So does that mean you were a genius or an idiot? Have you ever been outside? Were you locked up in a basement? Did you take yourself to prom in the living room? Yeah, well that explains your outfit. People were constantly asking me why I didn't go to regular school. Like I was some kind of leper. Obviously there's a lot of misconceptions about how homeschooling works. So here are the top 7 lies about homeschooling debunked. Number 7, homeschoolers are really sheltered. People think that homeschoolers know nothing about pop culture at all. They think they've never heard of Lady Gaga or the coolest latest movies. But think about how nice that sounds. Living in a world where you don't know who Lady Gaga is. That sounds like heaven. But it's not even just pop culture. People think that if a homeschooler stepped outside their front door, they would get completely pulverized by the real world. Well, you know what? If being shielded from sex, drugs, and alcohol when I was in middle school makes me sheltered, then yes, I was sheltered. But that doesn't mean it was like
Finding Nemo. Son, what if I told you about watching PG-rated movies? Now go grab your Bible, we're going to Awana.
Oh, and speaking of that, number 6, all homeschoolers go to church 7 days a week. Hi, I have accepted Jesus Christ into my heart. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, this is joyous news. Do you want to come to my church on Sunday?
I'm busy, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. We have a prayer group on Saturday.
I'm sorry, I'm busy that time too.
Well, you can come on Friday then. It's true that homeschoolers are probably more likely to be regular church attendees, but that doesn't make us all like that guy. Number 5, homeschoolers don't actually do school. Some people think that homeschooling is a big fat joke, and that kids that are homeschooled are actually getting a free pass to do nothing. They think their parents are like, okay, we're gonna go learn about physics at the amusement park. And today's science assignment, a nature walk in the backyard while mom watches Dr. Oz. Now, I'm not saying that homeschoolers don't have the best field drips. But come on, this is just insulting. That's like saying that you don't have clean clothes just because you don't go to a laundromat to wash them. Number 4, it's impossible for homeschoolers to have friends. People seem to think that homeschoolers are completely isolated from the outside world. They hear homeschool and they think that you live on a farm, or the wilderness, or in a log cabin. Just anywhere that's an hour away from a Walmart. They think that if they asked a homeschooler who their friends are, the homeschooler would say, "My siblings are my bestest friends. They are all I need." And while this may be true in select cases, the vast majority of homeschoolers have just as many friends as you do. They just have to go and actively seek out friendships. Number 3, homeschoolers are really shy. Hey, I heard you were homeschooled.
Yeah, I was,
It's pretty cool. Do you like it?
It was okay. I kind of liked it enough.
We're not all like that. Like I said, homeschoolers have to actively seek out friendships. So they're forced to come out of their shell more than other kids. And sure, there are shy homeschoolers, but there's also shy public schoolers too. What's their excuse? There's nothing wrong with being shy anyways. Number 2, and this is the dumbest one of them all. Wait for it. Homeschoolers have no lives. Let me get this straight. You spend 8 hours a day in a specific classroom at a specific time every day? And I'm the one that's missing out on life experiences? Heck no! I got up at 6 in the morning so I could get all my school done so I can make a tire swing outside. My life is awesome. While you're sitting in class, I'm outside building a fort with the neighbors. Yeah, they're homeschooled too. Number 1, homeschoolers do school in their pajamas. But this isn't so much a lie as it is a reality. And it is the very best thing about being homeschooled. So the next time you run into a homeschooler, don't ask them if they have any friends. Just say, "Please take me!"
Hey y'all, my name is Holly Chapman and I'd like to take a minute to tell you about my homeschool journey so far. This is my 2nd year homeschooling my children, and for my first year I chose Abeka as our curriculum. And I'll be honest with you, I was ready to give up after the first year. Abeka was stressful for me. It was not what I had envisioned for my homeschool journey, and I was ready to give up. I was going to put my kids in school, but in my heart, I was just like, this is not what I want. So I prayed about it. And that week, I came across My Homeschool Village on TikTok. On My Homeschool Village, I found videos that were encouraging, uplifting, and really spoke to my soul in the moment that I needed it the most. This is a curriculum made by moms, for moms, or homeschool parents who understand what it's like to be in the thick of it and to homeschool. A lot of programs out there are not written by moms who have experienced homeschooling. This curriculum that they offer, it is great. It's working so far. I have had a stress-free start of my new homeschool year. My Homeschool Village is so much more than just a website or just a curriculum. It's a community. It's a community of other homeschoolers who are coming together to find their place and find their people in the world. After joining My Homeschool Village, I have felt more empowered to teach my children. I have felt encouraged and uplifted by other women who are just kind and helpful and just want to see what's best for you and your family. If you are looking for a community, a group of people who have the same mindset as you and just want to help raise good children. Please check out my homeschool village for all you homeschooling parents out there. It just has been wonderful.
Welcome to my homeschool village. Becky Brown Strumsdorfer here, homeschool mom of 5 children for 22 years now, and teaching and helping and coaching other moms to homeschool as well. We here at my homeschool village, our whole purpose is not only to reinvent education, but to also help parents educate their own children while educating themselves. We are not just about hitting your graduation goals. We're here about hitting life goals, about raising children who are truly great, who are here to change the world, who will build multi-million-dollar businesses, who will lead and guide and direct our future generations. That's what we're here for. We're not just here to check a box an education. We're not a checkbox education. We're an inspired education to create the next generation together, and we're doing it together. So welcome to this.
Hey guys, my name is Khadidra and I am new to the My Homeschool Village community. You might hear some kids and a baby crying in the back, and don't judge me, okay? But that's the very reason why I am so thankful for my homeschool village. I don't have time with 7 kids to just research as much as I want to and set up accounts and even send emails to customer service when something isn't right. I don't have time to do that. With 7 kids, me being in school, homeschooling kids, working on a business, like I have so much going on, and I feel like I was called to take my kids out of public school, and I'm so happy I found my homeschool village. You guys make it so easy for me to just have somebody I can trust, like your concierge service, whatever you want to call it. I need it, you guys. So thank you.
So I'm in college now, but before that, I was homeschooled. I did all my school at my house. My mom was the teacher and my dad was the principal. And I know what you're thinking. Homeschooled? So does that mean you were a genius or an idiot? Have you ever been outside? Were you locked up in a basement? Did you take yourself to prom in the living room? Yeah, well that explains your outfit. People were constantly asking me why I didn't go to regular school. Like I was some kind of leper. Obviously there's a lot of misconceptions about how homeschooling works. So here are the top 7 lies about homeschooling debunked. Number 7, homeschoolers are really sheltered. People think that homeschoolers know nothing about pop culture at all. They think they've never heard of Lady Gaga or the coolest latest movies. But think about how nice that sounds. Living in a world where you don't know who Lady Gaga is. That sounds like heaven. But it's not even just pop culture. People think that if a homeschooler stepped outside their front door, they would get completely pulverized by the real world. Well, you know what? If being shielded from sex, drugs, and alcohol when I was in middle school makes me sheltered, then yes, I was sheltered. But that doesn't mean it was like...
Finding Nemo? Son, what if I told you about watching PG-rated movies? Now go grab your Bible, we're going to Awana.
Oh, and speaking of that, number 6, all homeschoolers go to church 7 days a week. Hi, I have accepted Jesus Christ into my heart. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, this is joyous news. Do you want to come to my church on Sunday?
I'm busy, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. We have a prayer group on Saturday.
I'm sorry, I'm busy that time too.
Well, you could come on Friday then. It's true that homeschoolers are probably more likely to be regular church attendees, but that doesn't make us all like that guy. Number 5, homeschoolers don't actually do school. Some people think that homeschooling is a big fat joke, and that kids that are homeschooled are actually getting a free pass to do nothing. They think their parents are like, okay, we're gonna go learn about physics at the amusement park. And today's science assignment, a nature walk in the backyard while mom watches Dr. Oz. Now, I'm not saying that homeschoolers don't have the best field trips, but come on, this is just insulting. That's like saying that you don't have clean clothes just because you don't go to a laundromat to wash them. Number 4, it's impossible for homeschoolers to have friends. People seem to think that homeschoolers are completely isolated from the outside world. They hear homeschool and they think that you live on a farm, or the wilderness, or in a log cabin. Just anywhere that's an hour away from a Walmart. They think that if they asked a homeschooler who their friends are, the homeschooler would say, my siblings are my bestest friends. They're all I need. And while this may be true in select cases, the vast majority of homeschoolers have just as many friends as you do. They just have to go and actively seek out friendships. Number 3, homeschoolers are really shy.
Hey, I heard you were homeschooled.
Yeah, I was, you know.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it,
Do you like it?
it was okay. I kind of liked it enough.
We're not all like that. Like I said, homeschoolers have to actively seek out friendships. So they're forced to come out of their shell more than other kids. And sure, there are shy homeschoolers, but there's also shy public schoolers too. What's their excuse? There's nothing wrong with being shy anyways. Number 2, and this is the dumbest one of them all. Wait for it. Homeschoolers have no lives. Let me get this straight. You spend 8 hours a day in a specific classroom at a specific time every day? And I'm the one that's missing out on life experiences? Heck no! I got up at 6 in the morning so I could get all my school done so I can make a tire swing outside. My life is awesome. While you're sitting in class, I'm outside building a fort with the neighbors. Yeah, they're homeschooled too. Number 1, homeschoolers do school in their pajamas. But this isn't so much a lie as it is a reality. And it is the very best thing about being homeschooled. So the next time you run into a homeschooler, don't ask them if they have any friends. Just say, please take me.
y'all, my name is Holly Chapman, and I'd like to take a minute to tell you about my homeschool journey so far. This is my second year homeschooling my children, and for my first year, I chose Abeka as our curriculum. And I'll be honest with you, I was ready to give up after the first year. Abeka was stressful for me. It was not what I had envisioned for my homeschool journey. And I was ready to give up. I was going to put my kids in school, but in my heart, I was just like, this is not what I want. So I prayed about it. And that week, I came across My Homeschool Village on TikTok. On My Homeschool Village, I found videos that were encouraging, uplifting, and really spoke to my soul in the moment that I needed it the most. This is a curriculum made by moms, for moms, or homeschool parents who understand what it's like to be in the thick of it and to homeschool. A lot of programs out there are not written by moms who have experienced homeschooling. This curriculum that they offer, it is great. It's working so far. I have had a stress-free start of my new homeschool year. My Homeschool Village is so much more than just a website or just a curriculum. It's a community. It's a community of other homeschoolers who are coming together to find their place and find their people in the world. After joining My Homeschool Village, I have felt more empowered to teach my children. I have felt encouraged and uplifted by other women who are just kind and helpful and just want to see what's best for you and your family. If you are looking for a community, a group of people who have the same mindset as you and just want to help raise good children, please check out My Homeschool Village for all you homeschooling parents out there. It just has been wonderful.
Welcome to My Homeschool Village. Becky Brown, Strumsdorfer here, homeschool mom of 5 children for 22 years now, and teaching and helping and coaching other moms to homeschool as well. We here at My Homeschool Village, our whole purpose is not only to reinvent education, but to also help parents educate their own children while educating themselves. We are not just about hitting your graduation goals. We're here about hitting life goals, about raising children who are truly great, who are here to change the world, who will build multi-million-dollar businesses, who will lead and guide and direct our future generations. That's what we're here for. We're not just here to check a box an education. We're not a checkbox education. We're an inspired education to create the next generation together, and we're doing it together. So welcome to this.
Hey guys, my name is Khadidra and I am new to the My Homeschool Village community. You might hear some kids and a baby crying in the back, and don't judge me, okay? But that's the very reason why I am so thankful for My Homeschool Village. I don't have time with 7 kids to just research as much as I want to, and set up accounts and even send emails to customer service when something isn't right. I don't have time to do that. With 7 kids, me being in school, homeschooling kids, working on a business, like I have so much going on, and I feel like I was called to take my kids out of public school, and I'm so happy I found my homeschool village. You guys make it so easy for me to just have somebody I can trust, like your concierge service, whatever you want to call it. I need it, you guys. So thank you.
I'm here.
Welcome. Are we live and recording?
We are live and recording.
Okay, welcome to my homeschool village. Becky Brown Stromsdorfer here, homeschool mom to 5 children for over 20 years now, homeschooling. And we have with us today Heather. You want to introduce yourself, Heather?
I am Heather, and I am the other half of my homeschool village. I'm usually on Wednesday nights talking to you guys. Got 4 kids, 1 with special needs, 2 have graduated, 1 graduates this year, and my last graduates next year. So I am almost done homeschooling.
So Heather is the other half. The 2 of us are partners here in my homeschool village. She is running the back end of things, all those amazing videos, all of these things that you're seeing. She is the one who puts all of this together for us. So thank you, Heather. And as we are coming in, we're going to just keep going and helping you get started in your homeschooling journey. We would love any questions that you have. Please put them in the chat. And at the end of each section, we'll go in and answer those questions for you. But in order to keep this flow, we will not answer those until the end. But please put those questions in the chat.
Sounds good. So I am going to let Becky do more of the talking for right now, unless you want me to say something else. Oh, can we talk? Well, the reason why I'm getting off is because we are full. They are telling me I need to upgrade. We've got like 50 to 100 people, it says, trying to get in right now. So I was trying to figure out how to make that work.
Okay, go do that.
All right, you want to explain the giveaways? You want me to come back and do that?
No, you go do that. I can handle giveaways.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you. So that's Heather, you guys. Heather is the brains really behind Homeschool Village. She's the one that keeps things running, and we are so grateful for her in my life. That, and we also share a lot of help between the 2 of us in our homeschooling journeys. Both of us have been homeschooling for over 20 years. Both of us have children who have moved on, a couple still left at home, and we love working here together. Hi, welcome to all of you. We will be doing giveaways at the end of each section. We'll have each section is about 30 minutes or so, and each section we will be having some sort of a giveaway at the end. We've got all kinds of fun things. We've got Denise Albright Studios, DeniseAlbright.com. She's got a lot of organization stuff for us. We've partnered with them, and we will be giving away a lot of their stuff as well as our own. So stay tuned, come on in, and be sure and ask any questions you have inside the chat. And I will get to those questions towards the end. So welcome to homeschooling. I would
love to know how many of you are actually new to homeschooling right now, but we're going to just get started. And I'm just going to pretend you know nothing about homeschooling for just a minute as we get moving. We've got the fall coming up. Many of you have already started with your kids. Some of you never stopped. Some of you are just getting started, and I am here to help you all along the way. The first thing in homeschooling is to pull your children out of the system, right? And depending on your state is how exactly that is done. But in general, it's done right there at your district level. Do not pull your children out of a school, pull them out of the district. It's the district that has to do the answering, and many schools are not necessarily versed on exactly how homeschooling works. So if you're looking for the steps on how to homeschool, we do have an entire PDF. It's 20 pages full of the first 7 steps on how to homeschool. And inside there, what you're going to find is, and it's totally free, by the way, you guys, just go grab it. Number 1, it shows you where to get your links to find out what your state requirements are. Number 2, it shows you how to decide what you're going to do to homeschool. In other words, there's links in there for you to be able to click on and test you and your children's learning styles. You do not want to buy a curriculum or look into what you're going to learn until you know how your children learn best. So all the 7, it goes in there. We've got links, we've got tests. We show you how to de-school if you've been hearing that word lately. There's a whole article on that. There's homeschool books we recommend. Everything is in there, including curriculums we recommend, including how to find funding in some states. You name it, it's in there. That will be sent to everyone who attends today automatically into your inbox so that you can go in, click links, do the research, do the studying that you need. And then as always, come back to My Homeschool Village, into our group, and ask any questions you have. So sorry, I'm looking at the chat and it throws me off. So I'm going to pretend like you're not there yet, you guys. I will get to you. So we've got our homeschool roadmap inside our group. Once you click to get that homeschool roadmap, you will be invited to join our group. It's totally free. It's where we are meeting off of social media. Why? Because social media has a little too much control in our opinion. So we have a group that's run like a Facebook group, but is off of social media. So you don't have ads. So you don't have the crap and the distractions that go with it. You focus on the homeschooling, and it's where you're connecting to other homeschoolers across the world. This is growing so big. We've got people from South America to Europe to Pakistan. So make sure you're joining My Homeschool Village. This is where women are joining, and we're banding together, and we're coming together to change the world, starting with our own children and then helping each other work on ourselves. So make sure you're joined the village. It's also divided up inside by interests and ideas, so you can go in and find your people. Okay, Heather's back. Hi, Heather. How are we doing?
You are doing great. We just forgot to touch on a few things.
Okay, this is why she's here. Heather keeps my brain on, guys. I need a list somewhere because yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just going to run through real quick. We are doing, everybody that is here today, if you have checked in, you got to make sure you check in. I'm going to put that link up in a little bit. When you check in, you will receive a goodie bag virtually in your inbox. So a lot of things that she's talking about, you're automatically going to receive. Everybody's going to get our planner in the PDF format that will be given to you at the end of the webinar as well. And also the Chromebook giveaway that is at the end. So just letting you know that we're going to be doing the giveaways all throughout. We've got quite a few coming up. And I think that's all I had to say, other than just hello to everybody. And I got sidetracked for a minute, but.
Okay, and remind me, you're going to have to give me times on here and let me know how much time I have left so I can start.
I will. You have about 8 minutes left.
8 minutes left. Okay.
On the topic. Yes, ma'am.
On the topic of getting started homeschooling.
That's right. Tell me how to get started.
How do you get started? Okay. Number 1, you're going to grab our homeschool roadmap. You're going to pull your child out. You're going to file all the forms that you need. Number 2, you're going to find out what your child, what's your learning style. You're going to have one kid who needs everything hands-on. You're going to have another child who's more verbal, another mathematician, and each of those styles is different. Number 3, you're going to want to learn to know, you want to know your learning style. You may not even know what your learning style is, but your learning style will make it easier for you to teach and help your children and then make them work together. And that's all inside the roadmap. And you're going to want to make sure you have a curriculum that works for you. Okay. Do not buy expensive curriculums that don't work for your family. How do you know? Well, you have 2 options. Number 1, you can go through our roadmap first and go through all the steps. And then at the end, you'll know what kind of curriculum you want. And then you'll be where you need to be. Or number 2, you can just buy something expensive somebody recommended and then hope in a year that it works for you and hope that you didn't spend too much money on something your children hate. So what we do here in my homeschool village is we help you with that because we have already created a membership. So you can go in and it's like a buffet. So they're looking for the check-in link, Heather. So go in and we have created a buffet for you that you can go in and actually create an education for your children, and where it's actually specific per child that you as the parent can create without spending an arm and a leg on your curriculum. So make sure you go through that homeschool roadmap. Make sure you've got, you don't have to read all the homeschool books before you get started. If you are pulling your children from the system, please know there is a step in here that we like to call in the homeschool world deschooling or unprogramming or reprogramming you and your children for the homeschool world. We do not public school at home. Please remember, the public schools were created to replace the mother and the home, not the other way around. So we bring our children home and we recreate a home-like atmosphere. Your children that have been in the system are used to certain schedules, they're used to certain stresses, they're used to a different way of life. And so are you, having grown up in the public school system. So the first thing you do is bring them home and you deschool, which means you take some vacation time, even if it's just a homecation, right? Stay home, veg out a little bit, relax, detox from the world. And then slowly your goal is to learn what your children's interests are. They don't even know what their interests are because nobody ever checked. So you're going to spend the next month, possibly more, depending on how long your children have been in the system, just rediscovering your relationship, parent to child, and their own relationship with themselves and what it is that they love. How do you find out what they love? You spend a lot of time in the library looking for books and seeing what they like. You spend a lot of time in going out and about, going to museums. We were out doing this. We do this every once in a while, and you hit a museum. And I didn't know that I had a child who was absolutely fascinated with North American Indian history. It was beautiful. And so we dove into that a little more, but your children don't know what they're interested in unless they're exposed to different ideas and different things. So your whole point for the first month or so of pulling your children out of school is discovering their interests, their talents. It's about exposing them to little things. It's a buffet, right? If you take your children to a buffet, if you take a 5-year-old and to a restaurant and say, do you want lobster? They don't even know what that is. But if you take them to a buffet and let them taste different things, they can go, okay, I like that. I like that. And as they get older, their tastes mature and they like more and more and more. It's the exact same thing with education. You're going to come in, you're going to give them a buffet, you're going to give them pieces, and then they themselves will start to dive in and take more of what they love. Then, and only then, is it easy to go in and figure out exactly what you want to teach and how you want to teach them. So if you have any questions, make sure you're asking those in the chat and we will help you as we go along here. How are we on time, Heather? Did I do that? Okay, next, make sure.
Sorry, you did great. What were you going next to?
Time to check in. I don't have my list up on this computer.
Yeah, let them check in. They've got like 2 more minutes. I was going to go ahead and put up some questions and answers if you want to do that while I get this going.
Let's do that. Okay, is everybody able to get in to your check-in? We're just making sure you can check in. By checking in, you will receive our whole package in your inbox, which includes the homeschool roadmap that I'm talking about right now. The 7 steps to homeschooling. Yes, and it has links in there. Please let us know. Every once in a while, a link flips out on us. If something doesn't work inside there, please let us know. We'll send you the proper link. One day it works, the next day it doesn't. You got to love tech. So let us know if there's any issues there, but hopefully everything is working. We here at My Homeschool Village are here to help you. Make sure you have the app. Right now it's Mighty Networks, and that's where we're meeting. And inside you type in, you get the app Mighty Networks, and then you type in My Homeschool Village and create your account if you don't already have one. And then you have us in your pocket. Homeschooling can be stressful. It is not the easiest thing in the world. So if you are homeschooling, when you're having rough days, when you're ready to quit, that's why we're here. Make sure you have us in your pocket. Reach out to the group. We will all help you stay there. Okay, we are doing, is this our giveaway, Heather? Our giveaway, I really need a better way to.
Yes, that's our giveaway. So listen, everyone, you're not going to get a giveaway like the second you check in. This is just a way for me to get all the names so I can copy and paste it into our fancy little picker. So how many of these are we going to give away?
I don't know. How many do you want to give away? We call Heather the Mary Poppins. She pulls gifts out of her bag, endless gift bag. So she's the one who spoils you rotten. And I think that's up to you, Heather. We've got Kiss My Curriculum is my book. I wrote this book, and it's literally my backstory to how I started homeschooling and what it was like over the last 20 years. It is raw. I'm going to tell you some ugly about me, but I hope that it will encourage you to know that homeschooling's not always pretty, but it's definitely worth it. And then we have the thumb drive. So if you see that picture at the bottom, we have a thumb drive of hundreds of resources and printables for you as well that we're also giving away today. Is that going to be the thumb drive, or is that just a PDF you're sending?
No, we're going to send them the, how many thumb drives do we have?
About 150.
Well, why don't we do 3? Do you have 3 books?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so we'll do 3 here. I'm going to, everybody is checked in. I've got everybody's name on here.
Tara wants to know how to check in. She said, did you get that?
Who was it?
Tara.
Tara, let me check. Tara, I will get you on here in a second. So Tara, you are on. All right, we are.
You bought it from Amazon. Stephanie, thank you.
All right, so we are about to do the giveaway here. Let me share my little screen. Give me just a second. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. This one's it.
Okay, while you're working on that real quick, I just wanted to make sure that you all knew inside My Homeschool Village. Can I do this real quick?
Yep.
When you get that homeschool roadmap, we also have an entire free course on how to homeschool. Okay, it goes through and gives you every little detail on the how-tos, and it's totally free inside the group as well under courses. So make sure you're checking that out as well. Yes, Jennifer. Jennifer, you just won. Do we have? I assume there's more than one Jennifer in here, or not? Heather?
Yes, Jennifer. No, I only had one Jennifer on there.
Okay, well, you know more than Jennifer.
Jennifer Duke. I'm writing that down. I have to do 2 more, so hold on.
Duke.
Yeah. All right, let me do another one here.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Heather, for all these beautiful apps and all the work you've done here.
Crystal.
Ooh, Crystal, you won too. Nice.
All right, and one more.
Jen Sullivan.
Jen Sullivan.
Okay.
So I will get with you guys. If you check in, I should have your information, and I will get this out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
And who do we have next? What are we doing next?
Next, we are going to be talking about, let's see, how to create a stress-free schedule.
Oh, this is one of my favorites, and I just remembered I forgot my whiteboard. Okay. I was going to bring a whiteboard and put it behind me. I just remember what I forgot. Okay. We're going to talk about a stress-free schedule. Now, there is not one stress-free schedule that saves all homeschoolers. Okay. There's not. It's completely dependent on multiple things. Number one, how many children you have. Number two, what is the mom's personality and how you function best. And number three, and you're going to think I'm crazy, but I'm not, what's your menstrual cycle? So I'm not kidding on the menstrual cycle, guys, and I'll explain all of this to you in just a minute. So number one, what are your children? How many children do you have? If you have one child, you can really just work it out between you, which is beautiful. When you have multiple children, you need a little bit more of a schedule to keep everybody on a rhythm. Now, first recommendation, throw away your clocks. Okay. Do not teach your children to run their lives by a clock. Their clock is not their boss. They need to learn to listen to their own bodies, their own minds, where they're at, and you're going to create a rhythm. And let me explain to you a rhythm. Now, everybody's rhythm is going to be a little bit different. I'm going to give you a little bit of an example here, and then I'm going to show you examples of different types of rhythms that work for different types of families. Now, all of these will be printed out and inside our program. We don't have them yet for you. That's something I've got to finish this week, but they will be written down for you. Okay. Number one, multiple children, you're going to work on a rhythm. Now, the rhythm changes also depending on the ages of your children, how spread out they are. So I'm going to give you a basic rhythm of what it looks like to have small children. In the beginning, I had 5. So I'm going to give you the rhythms that we fell into. What we found is Mondays and Tuesdays were our best thinking days. We had a weekend to let go of everything. And so Mondays and Tuesdays, we would use for the harder things, a new concept, reading, writing, math. Now, we do reading, writing, and math 3 days a week. I don't care how old they are. I don't care what they're doing. And they don't really get a choice. They have to do it at least 3 days a week, sometimes more. And they get reading, writing, math done in the morning. It takes less than an hour. And that means for us, that's sometimes it's a math game. Sometimes it's a math worksheet. Sometimes it's online program. Sometimes it's a math card, and we're checking each other. We do writing. Our children learn both hand or manuscript as well as cursive. And yes, we believe that cursive is important. That's a whole nother topic. I will tell you why later. And then we also make sure that they're doing some sort of math every day, because math is vital for finances, for success in life. The child who doesn't understand math concepts cannot make money and cannot grow with money. So we are big pushers of math, specifically the decimals and the percentages and the times tables, so that they can learn to grow rich later on in their lives. So we do the reading, writing, math 3 days a week. And then we hit a new concept on Mondays and Tuesdays. Now, most of our book work is done before lunch. We wake up in the morning. When my children were little, they would play. Now, I'd been up with babies all night long, or had a new baby or whatever. And I would let the little ones, they would get up, I would leave snacks down below so I could sleep just a little longer, and they would play quietly. Sometimes that was 7 a.m., sometimes that was 9 a.m. It just depended. After they started to fight, I could tell it was time to get started on our day. Once they fought, it meant they were done. So we would get up, I'd make breakfast, and then we would start on book work. Notice, no time clock here. No timers, no deciding on how much, because Monday and Tuesday could be totally different. We went with the rhythm. Comment on the questions, please. So after that, we would go to lunch. We would have lunch. Sometimes I would read them a book during lunch. If I had a book I wanted them to really absorb that they wouldn't read on their own, I would read a book during lunch. After lunch, it's quiet time. Mom needs a nap. Babies need a nap. Toddlers need naps. So we would do a quiet time. The older kids who did not nap were allowed to read a book or play quietly. Anybody who fought or woke up anyone was cleaning. That was how we worked it. After quiet time, it was playtime. They were free. They did what they wanted. We called it creative time. They were allowed to really be creative on their own. And then sometime before dinner, we would clean up the house. I always turned on some music. We'd play it for 10 minutes. They learned to clean the house fast all together as a group. We'd make dinner. Dad would come home, and then Dad would come home and read to them in the evening and have family reading time while they colored, played Legos, something like that. So that's what worked for us for many, many years. As the children have grown older, we've kept the same rhythm more or less, but what the kids do in the afternoon has grown. Some of them now have jobs. Some of them have their own projects that they're working on that are pretty big. And many of them are now adults, and they're actually keeping the same rhythm, which I think is fascinating. Now, that's a daily rhythm, okay? And that changes depending on doctor's appointments and illnesses. Now, weekly rhythm. Monday, Tuesday, get the hard stuff done, get it out of the way. By then, Wednesday, you're ready for a break. Hit the library. Go hit the library. Get every book you can. Make sure you have asked for the homeschool checkout numbers. I have found most libraries double how many books you can take out if you're a homeschooler. Little secret for you there. Let them pick out anything they want. Do not tell your children what to read. Let them find their own interest. This is part of that find out what you love. Let them read whatever they want. Now, I do say, yeah, keep it appropriate and age appropriate. However, they read whatever they want. We go home, we pop popcorn. Sometimes we'll go to the park first. Sometimes we'll go to lunch, and then we just have a readathon. They're in trees. They're on blankets in the yard. They're in the couch. We're in front of fireplaces, and they read all day long. Now, Thursdays tend to be a great get out of the house day or a co-op day or a museum day. It's a let's go learn in any other way kind of a day. It's a great day for co-ops if you want to start one. Fridays are catch-up days. Fridays are like, well, we get done in the morning if we missed a day somewhere, and then I let my children, that's a good day for computer games. Minecraft, StarCraft. As long as my children have hit their marks for the week, they get free computer time. Now, I found if I can keep it during those hours, they're still getting computer time. They're still learning how to do those things, but it hasn't overcome our life. It hasn't taken us over. And that's a really hard thing to do when you're homeschooling. We keep it for Friday afternoons, period. And then they get the time, but it's controlled time, and mom gets a break on that day. Saturday's Daddy Day, guys. If you have a husband who wants to be involved here and you've been momming it all week long, Saturday's a great day for you to have off. Even if it's just half a day. My husband and I had a deal. It was a daddy day. He would either take the kids out, or I would leave the house at least for half the day and give me that break. And he became homeschool dad, and it was awesome. So Sunday's our day off. Now, that's kind of a general week. Now, if you're looking for months, okay, we're breaking it down day, week. Now we're in a month cycle. We are women who have menstruation cycles, and it affects our moods, whether we like it or not. And then you add teenage daughters into it, and it really changes the rhythms. So here's something you want to pay attention to. Know your menstrual cycle, okay? Because the week after your period, you are going to be like driven. You're going to be ready. This is when you go and do those big projects that you want to do with your kids, that you think you're going to do with your kids. This is the week to do it. Week 2, still a great week to hit the harder things, the things that you're ambitious for. Do that. But by week 3, your body, your progesterone is dropping, and you literally are less active. You literally have less drive. So this is a great time to do a little more home body stuff. This is a great time to step back from the heavier things. And if you need to, go a little lighter on the homeschooling. It's okay, because on week 4, you're going to hate life, and you don't want to homeschool, and you don't want your kids around you right now. And this is totally normal. What do we do at this point? This is when I have a small arsenal of educational videos at hand, because I may not want to see my kids this week, and that's okay. So we do a lot of educational movies during week 4 so that we can keep our relationship as a family and mommy can get a break. Totally fine. They're learning other things. That's when we do a lot of history and science movies. That's when Bill Nye is beautiful for this week, you guys. One of the things is how is a Living Scripture is one of my favorites. We're trying to add them to our program now. We'll see about that. But Living Scripture has a lot of not just religious, but homeschool videos as well. So I need to watch my time here. Make sure I have plenty of time to answer questions. So that is your monthly. Okay. Make sure that you're hitting that you're taking your menstrual cycle into consideration when you're putting together your schedule for your family. Now, as yearly, it's actually not, it's yearly, it's more seasonally. Okay. Education also happens seasonally. For example, in the fall, we want to be outside and gathering leaves and be out as much as we can. So we do as much learning outside as we can in the fall and in the spring. In the spring, we're planting, and in the fall, we're harvesting. We add gardening into our homeschooling journey, even if it's just in pots. So that's part of the process. So to me, science is really heavy in spring and summer because it's applicable. And then history, my favorite time to do history is winter because it's cold. We light a fire. I'm reading books to the kids. We're doing arts and crafts around the historical idea. And so history is great in the summer or in the winter. So if you want to let it go in the summer, that's okay. You'll hit it hard in the winter. And then there's this, remember that December and May, when you're homeschooling, December and May don't work. Okay. You want those days, you want those whole months off. In May, your kids want to be outside playing all day. Let them, because in June, it's going to get hot. They're going to come back in and you can get back on the schoolwork. In December, all we want to do is crafts and Christmas and enjoy. Do that. If you take December off, you can hit January hard. If you don't take December off, you're too burnt by January, and then January and February are rough. So these are kind of the rhythms that happen to us through homeschooling. And we have found that most homeschoolers eventually hit these rhythms. If you're in homeschool groups, you're going to hear moms say, oh no, it's December. We don't do anything. And you will hear this, and that's okay. This is how the natural rhythm of our bodies, of the world work. And the sooner you embrace that, the sooner you're going to be happier in your homeschooling journey. Okay, I'm going to answer some of these questions. What is hitting the mark? How do we know how much school to do? I have 5 kiddos, 10, 5, 6, 5, 3, 1. I feel like I get overwhelmed with how much they need to do, like if I'm not doing enough. Okay, this is a totally normal, across the board, every woman doubt. Okay, we all have these. And you're going to have days when you're like, oh my gosh, my kids aren't learning a thing. They're not working. And then you're going to have days where all of a sudden some concept grabs them and they're all brilliant. You're going to have these ups and down days. How do you know how much to do? Watch the look on your kids' faces, because a child will not learn if the child is not interested or is burnt out or tired or sick. You watch for the light. Okay. You're watching the light in their eyes. You teach until that light, when you see that look, we all know it, right? We all know it when our kids are like, and they're not hearing. Don't fight that. You can't fight that. You can pretend, they can pretend to hear you. They can pretend to be interested, but that is not teaching. If the moment's gone, the moment's gone. Homeschooling is about teaching in the moments. Just teach in the moments. When the moment's gone, walk away, do something else, change it up. But know that you've got 12 years, guys. Your children are absorbing when you're not teaching. Your children are learning on their own because they have time to do so. So really, it's about faith. It's about knowing that you as the mom are doing the best you can every day, that your children are curious, they want to learn, and they will little by little. And the little ones can only do it in 1 to 2 minutes, and then they can do it to 3 to 4. And as they grow, that attention span will grow with them. But don't expect a 5-year-old to sit down for an hour and listen to it, or even to do a whole assignment in math. Give them onesies and twosies. And then as they grow, their attention span grows, their ability to learn grows. Almost everything you can do, or everything you learn in 12 years can be done in 4. Everything that we put our children through in public school for 12 years can literally be done between the ages of 12 and 16. So don't panic. We have all of this written down for you. You will be able to help your children move through if you join the membership, we've already got this done for you. You'll be able to go in, your children will have plans. They will go through them. We will remove that burden off of your shoulders. Christina says, I feel the same, Ashley. My kids are 14, 9, 8, 5, 4. The oldest also isn't on the same learning level as the others as she's going into high school. And they are pre-K and elementary school. So I get worried that I'm not doing enough for the oldest and that she isn't learning what she needs to hit the mark. Question, what's the mark? You need to define your mark. What is it that you want your child to be learning? What is it that they are or are not getting? I think we always say, I'm afraid they're not learning enough. For what? You need to define the what. it's Alice in Wonderland, and she's talking to the cat, and the cat says, and she says, which path do I take? And he says, well, where are you going? And she says, I don't know. He says, well, then it doesn't matter, right? Make sure your child has a goal at the end. Is your child wanting to be a doctor? Well, that's a different path than if your child wants to be a chef. So when you say hitting the mark, what's the mark? What is her end goal? What does your child want to become? Then you can create the mark and work backwards on what it is that they need to become who they want to become. Make sure they're the one deciding what that is. Let me know if that helps. How do you deal with feeling in a rut? Do they actually happen? I have been discouraged by my entire family, and this has been a big one that I've been told by more than one family member. Yes. Number one, ruts are totally normal. Every about 5 to 6 weeks, take a week off. Okay. Ruts happen all the time. Number one, there's multiple reasons why you'll be in a rut. One of the reasons is because you're not progressing anymore. Maybe your current plan was great 6 months ago, but now it's just not working for you anymore. Switch it up. It's okay. Number two, you could be in a rut because maybe there's some depression or sleep happening, or even maybe some sickness. It's okay to take a week off and just do the educational videos. Make sure your menstrual cycle, check your weeks, guys. I'm not kidding. It's so helpful to make sure that's in there. What the state will. Okay, you're worried about what the state will test for is what I mean by the mark. What city, where are you to be tested? I think there's only a couple states that even require testing. West Virginia tests. I'm reading the screen. What's the best? Sorry, got it. What's the best way to homeschool while pregnant? Oh, I love this one, you guys. 5 kids. I homeschooled all the way through with pregnancy. Okay. The best way to homeschool while pregnant is just what you can handle. And that's why we have educational videos. So I will honestly say there were years where all we did was educational videos, and the occasional mom feels up to something today. And then I would sleep and lay down. I lived with educational videos while I had children and while I was postpartum. And you know what I learned? My children learned fine. They kept going. We already had our rhythms set up. And because the rhythms were set up, the kids just stayed in the rhythm and did it. They would get up, they would do their book work, they would have their alone time. If you set up that initial rhythm and have your children trained to it, they actually will just keep going, and you don't have to do as much as you think. And it's okay to not for weeks on end, you guys. Pregnancy's hard. Sometimes the whole lesson is about mom and the baby. And that's a beautiful life lesson. It's okay to move away for just a little while. Do you schedule months in advance or month by month? I don't schedule ahead of time. Now, I know more or less what we're going to be doing. But I have found that when I scheduled for a long time. And you know what I discovered? The second I had a schedule, somebody would be sick, a doctor's appointment would show up, the basement would flood, and the schedule was thrown out the window, and I was frustrated. So instead, what I started doing, especially for reporting to the states, okay, if you have to do that, is instead I would do the best teaching experience every day. Certain things we had set up. Okay, today is history. History only needs to be done once a week. Science only needs to be done once a week. And as I would set those up, I just totally drew a blank. I'm sorry. I need to hide a part of that screen. Put that question back up. I drew a blank. I'm sorry. My brain is not working very well. The test is, so I would go backwards. So I would write down what we did on Friday night. I would write down what we did in the past week and write that for the schools and submit it. I found that when I was planning ahead too much, and then it was like, you're creating an ideal, right? It's an ideal, but you're dealing with children. Children don't live up to ideals. Children don't understand that you have a plan. Children have their own plan. So the whole point is you working with that plan or lack of, and then if you overschedule, you're going to schedule it out. You're going to have an ideal. You're not going to meet it. And then you're going to be frustrated, and you're living in this gap of, oh my gosh, I'm always failing. So instead you write down what you did. So at the end of the week, you write down all of your results, all of your wins. Just sit down and write your wins and submit those. And you will live in a more positive place. You'll live in a place where you see the gains in your life instead of all these gaps that you're missing. So careful with your over planning on that. Can I still get discount places if I'm not in a co-op? Discount places if I'm not in a co-op. I'm not sure what that means. Discounts. You don't have to be in a co-op to get homeschool discounts. Is that what we're talking about? I think. Sorry, I'm not sure on that. Okay, Heather, I'm not looking at the comments. I'll wait for your questions to pop up. Got it. Okay. Prices, maybe. You mean co-op? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure, Trish, what we're talking about here. Are we looking for co-op prices? Help me on that.
Hey, I'm not sure what she meant by that. That question came in a long time ago when you were reading the chat. So I couldn't ask, but if Lisa, if you're on here, so if you want to ask me again, then I'll make sure to answer your question. If anybody wants to go live and ask a question, let me know and I'll pop you on here.
She's got a couple questions here. Do you want me to do those or no? Okay. How important is a set schedule for mildly autistic child? Structured time on subjects. Honestly, that depends on the child. So depending on the autism, I have one child who loves everything set schedule. So she has her own journal. She has her own, the planners that we're going to be giving you, she printed out her own and wrote out her own schedule for her own sanity because she needed a time. And then she would keep to her own time. My other children, that didn't work for. So what you would want to do is make sure you have a planner that child can sit down with you and work on your her own set schedule. But it's really it's completely individual depending on the age of the child and what their specific need is. So sit down in the planner and let them help you with this. My mother-in-law is already putting in her 2 cents. How do I respectfully tell her how we will do homeschooling completely different than traditional school? You're always going to have people against you homeschooling. You literally have to say, this is what we've decided. I mean, it's not about convincing other people. It's about being convicted in what you've decided for your child and doing what you need to do. You're not going to convince anybody. Only time will tell. So you just ask her respectfully to please respect that you have chosen to do this with your child and that you would love her support. And that's really all you can do. And then you just try to ignore any negative. My state has an option for portfolio review to move on to the next grade. How do I prove that they are learning enough? My kids have special needs. So it says it has an option. Do you even have to? Like, are you required to do a portfolio review? Your children can move from grade to grade. Now, in the public school system, your child moves to a grade level, and then they're set with this curriculum. In homeschooling, your child could be at different grade levels for different topics. They could be in 5th grade for math and 1st grade for writing because their brain is better at math. So make sure that you're not limiting your child to a grade level. If you don't have to get the state's help, don't. If your children are special needs, create your own IEP. That is sitting down, writing out each child's need, right? Make sure that they are, if you need help with this, we are putting together a coaching program where other women like us can help you sit down and write out an IEP for each child. We are working on that. That should be launching in the next few months. But really, it's about creating that yourself. What are the best sites for educational videos? Actually, I'm so glad you asked. Here, My Homeschool Village. In the next week or so, we will have everything you need. I do like YouTube, but I have to watch it very, very carefully. We have study.com. Study.com is one of the best educational sites we have seen out there. We have just partnered with them. They're going to be part of our membership. 100% safe. The education will be in little bits and bites. Inside our village as well, we have Creative Bug, which is also amazing educational videos that are teaching your children all kinds of skills, both life skills and educational academic skills and art skills. All of that. The world is not safe to put your kids on the computer, guys. Just willy-nilly. You've got to put them on a safe place. That's why we created My Homeschool Village, because we didn't want our own kids just searching the internet for knowledge. So we brought it all into My Homeschool Village's membership, and my kids are free in there to do whatever they want to find whatever kind of knowledge they need. Study.com, Creative Bug. That's why we have created this village. You want it safe, you're going to have to join the membership. Amber, hi, I'm new to the village. We have homeschooled before, but it was textbook and test-based, not well received by my kids. Yeah. I have an HS and an MS. Homeschool. My HS has ADD and anxiety, but they both are very easily overwhelmed. Any suggestions how to get them started and stay on track? Thanks. Yes. Number one, check your track. Sometimes it's not about keeping your child. It's about the track they're on. Talk to your kids. The number one secret to successful homeschooling is creating a relationship with your children and allowing your children say in their education. So whether they're dyslexics, whether they're ADHD, it's about smaller lessons. You don't have to do hour lessons. You can do 5-minute lessons. You can just do 5 problems today in your math program. You can let them speed up or slow down. But the idea is to make sure you're having a conversation with your children and they have a part in planning their own education. And you will find that they will fight you less. They need more control. Do you know if we need to make student IDs for me and my daughter for discounts when buying craft supplies, etc.? It depends on your state. Some companies, yes. You don't have to make them though. My Homeschool Village's membership will include those. Those are going to be made here in the next few months as well. When you join the membership, we will be providing those as well. So those are coming. Get ready for a free giveaway if you're here, guys. Okay. Making sure, did I answer the questions? Did I actually just cause more? Do you have more questions on there? We got another giveaway coming up. Yay. Not sure what we're doing. Okay. These guys are so fun. Okay. This is by Denise Albright. It's the reminder binder. We've got some of these. Each cover is different. They have about 100 different for boy and girl and all kinds of things. And these are your giveaway. And it has stickers and it has prompts and it has positive quotes and attitudes all the way through. This is what I am currently using for my 14-year-old's writing assignment. She would not write for me. So I got her one of these binders. She was in love. She picked the one she wanted. She now goes in and guess, you know how 14-year-olds can have a little bit of attitude. Okay. This gives her prompts and asks her people you're grateful for, words of the week. And she has to go in every day and write in one of these. And one page is her writing assignment for the day. And she is learning to journal. She's learning to be grateful. She's learning to write down all kinds of, it's just helpful for a 14-year-old girl's attitude. So we're going to give one of these away. We're giving everyone our journal. I did not bring it with me. What? We have a journal? Can you tell me what you meant by that? You mean our not our planner. We have a journal? Heather. I'm sure I know what you're talking about, but the planner. Okay, we are giving you all a planner. Are we talking about the loop schedule? I forgot to talk to you about the loop schedule.
Hello again.
Do you see? This is how we work together all the time, you guys. You got to see. This is literally.
So yes, we're giving away. Everyone's going to get the PDF version of our journal, and it is from June to July, so it's 13 months. They'll get that. We're going to give physically. How many of these Denise Albrights are we giving away today?
Just 2. I got 2.
So I'm going to put in a few more names that popped in, and we'll do that in a minute. But I also have the loop schedule. If you want me to show it on screen, you can go over it.
Yeah, show it on screen. Funny enough, I grabbed it, and I don't know where I put it. So show it on screen, and I'll explain it. Loop scheduling, when I talked about your weekly and your monthly and all of that, loop scheduling is a great way to apply your education for the week. Okay, this is something that works very well for the free brain or the woman who wants a schedule, but it's not working very well because you have children. So the loop schedule, she's going to put on screen here, is literally like you taking their education and you're writing it in a circle. okay, in a loop. So you're going to have this planner that you are getting for free will literally walk you through this. So if you don't need to take notes or anything, it will be in your inbox, but it has sections, and you're going to write a little. Right here, you're going to write math, and right here, you're going to write writing, and right here, you're going to write language arts, and right here, you're going to write science and finance and money and whatever it is that you want to teach your children. And then what you're going to do is Monday morning, when they're up and going strong, you're going to start with number 1 box, and you're going to get the math done, and you're going to get the English done, and you're going to get as much done as you can. You're going to have a day where you're going to get all the way around the circle, and you're going to have days where you only hit maybe 3 boxes or even 1. And the next day, or the next day that is productive, because everybody got sick and the baby didn't sleep. And so the next productive day is 3 days later. Totally normal. It's okay. It won't load. All right. I could run over there really quick to the room if you want, and the next day you start where you left off. So you mark it and you go, okay, the next time that we are productive, we start here, and you move around topic by topic, get it done so that the next time you have production, you stop and start. And what that does is it allows you to cover all of those topics without skipping, because you're going to find reality, guys, is we're moms, and 3 to 4 days a week of really good education at home is a dream. I'm sorry, but it is. Oh, I'll go get the planner. Okay.
Yes, welcome to our world. This is what we do every day. So while she's gone, how you doing? And if you heard that ding, somebody's messaging me already. Stephanie said, I just got one of the gratitude books, just what she needed. Okay, she's back.
Okay, so this is our loop schedule. This is the book, and you will, as you'll see here, you'll write down backwards. Okay, you'll write down each one of your topics, and then you'll go through. So Monday, maybe I write math, science, writing, or whatever, okay? And then we can only get this far because my kids are tired and they're done. That's fine. We're going to move on the next time we can get to it. And if we don't get to it for 2 to 3 days, that's okay, because we're going to start here and we're going to keep going, and we'll just keep going like this. This is how you get consistency with their education without worrying what day of the week it is, without worrying that you missed something. This keeps you from missing it, okay? Loop schedule. And you can skip it if you want, or anyway, this is an excellent way. I learned this way late in my homeschool life. Wish I had seen this way earlier. And then the rest of this, we have a loop resource list, selection. This is the subjects to loop. We've got child's name. It's got a daily master list if you want to do that. Yes, it does have the times on there, even though I'm always telling you don't do times. This is for those of you who have to have the times written down. I understand, but don't marry the times. You'll go crazy. Children are not clocks. They're not robots. They don't work that way. So then we have in here also, you've got your reflections. You can talk about, what worked, 3 successes, 3 things to improve, and then how we went. And so you can literally assess week by week on this. So what is beautiful about this is, as you're keeping track, guys, you go in and you keep track of your past week. Okay, or day by day, just write it down. Have a record for the schools, for the states, for whatever. Okay, you don't have to create something new. Oh, we're doing okay. Another giveaway. Okay, we're gonna do these journals. Oh, sorry, Ashley. Okay. Just looking at your comment. Yeah. Does that help? And there is, by the way, let me find this page really quick. Who won? Christina Austin, you won a journal.
Are we giving away one more?
Sure.
All right.
Just so you know, there's attendance record. There's a brain dump. There's a curriculum plan. There's a map out your goals. But while she's doing that, I'm trying to find the page in here. There is actual page of actual description right there. It actually writes it out and shows you, by the way, so you don't have to remember what I just said. It tells you. Okay. all of that done. Showed you how to write it. Okay, who won? Cheyenne! Yay! Okay, we got 2 ladies then doing the gratitude journals. They're so fun, you guys. You know what? You don't even have to give them to your kids. You can just do them yourself. When you get those, please say if you want a male or female version, if you want like for a boy or a girl, or if it's just for you, that's fine too. I won't tell. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about that? Okay, where are we headed, Heather? I just got a text from Molly. She's going to try it on her phone. If not, she'll head over to my house. Okay. I get a potty break? Okay.
Yep. So while she's gone, if anyone wants to ask a question, I'll get it ready for her. We're going to take about 2 minutes. So you guys got 2
I'm going to
minutes.
go potty.
Yep. All
Or
right.
take a drink.
We will be back in 2 minutes, guys.
Hey guys, my name is Khadidra and I am new to the My Homeschool Village community. You might hear some kids and a baby crying in the back, and don't judge me, okay? But that's the very reason why I am so thankful for My Homeschool Village. I don't have time with 7 kids to just research as much as I want to and set up accounts and even send emails to customer service when something isn't right. I don't have time to do that with 7 kids, me being in school, homeschooling kids, working on a business. Like, I have so much going on, and I feel like I was called to take my kids out of public school, and I'm so happy I found My Homeschool Village. You guys make it so easy for me to just have somebody I can trust, like your concierge service, whatever you want to call it. I need it, you guys. So thank you.
So I'm in college now, but before that, I was homeschooled. I did all my school at my house. My mom was the teacher and my dad was the principal. And I know what you're thinking. Homeschooled? So does that mean you were a genius or an idiot? Have you ever been outside? Were you locked up in a basement? Did you take yourself to prom in the living room? Yeah, well that explains your outfit. People were constantly asking me why I didn't go to regular school. Like I was some kind of leper. Obviously there's a lot of misconceptions about how homeschooling works. So here are the top 7 lies about homeschooling debunked. Number 7, homeschoolers are really sheltered. People think that homeschoolers know nothing about pop culture at all. They think they've never heard of Lady Gaga or the coolest latest movies. But think about how nice that sounds. Living in a world where you don't know who Lady Gaga is. That sounds like heaven. But it's not even just pop culture. People think that if a homeschooler stepped outside their front door, they would get completely pulverized by the real world. Well, you know what? If being shielded from sex, drugs, and alcohol when I was in middle school makes me sheltered, then yes, I was sheltered. But that doesn't mean it was like...
Finding Nemo? Son, what if I told you about watching PG-rated movies? Now go grab your Bible, we're going to Awana.
Oh, and speaking of that, number 6, all homeschoolers go to church 7 days a week. Hi, I have accepted Jesus Christ into my heart. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, this is joyous news. Do you want to come to my church on Sunday?
I'm busy, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. We have a prayer group on Saturday.
I'm sorry, I'm busy that time too.
Well, you could come on Friday then. It's true that homeschoolers are probably more likely to be regular church attendees, but that doesn't make us all like that guy. Number 5, homeschoolers don't actually do school. Some people think that homeschooling is a big fat joke, and that kids that are homeschooled are actually getting a free pass to do nothing. They think their parents are like, okay, we're gonna go learn about physics at the amusement park. And today's science assignment, a nature walk in the backyard while mom watches Dr. Oz. Now, I'm not saying that homeschoolers don't have the best field trips. But come on, this is just insulting. That's like saying that you don't have clean clothes just because you don't go to a laundromat to wash them. Number 4, it's impossible for homeschoolers to have friends. People seem to think that homeschoolers are completely isolated from the outside world. They hear homeschool and they think that you live on a farm, or the wilderness, or in a log cabin. Just anywhere that's an hour away from a Walmart. They think that if they asked a homeschooler who their friends are, the homeschooler would say, my siblings are my bestest friends. They are all I need. And while this may be true in select cases, the vast majority of homeschoolers have just as many friends as you do.
We're back.
Let me turn up my volume. Okay. Welcome back to My Homeschool Village. I love that video. I don't know if you guys have watched. He's a great homeschool helper. Anyway, okay. Welcome back. We all had our potty break. As you can see, Heather even tells me when to go potty. That's our relationship. Just kidding. Okay. I want to answer this question real quick. Oh, my nose always itches when I speak. Sorry. I want to answer this question from Ashley really fast, if that's okay. And then we're going to do another quick giveaway. While we're thinking about that, do you see Heather's shirt and do you see my shirt? Mine is homeschool, train up a child in the way. Heather's is H for homeschool. We're going to give one away. Vote B for Becky's shirt and H for Heather's shirt, and tell us which one you like better. They come in all colors, by the way, but tell us which shirt you like better, homeschool or homeschool. Yes, B for Becky, H for Heather. Let us know while I'm answering Ashley here. Ashley, she says, I'm a stay-at-home mom full-time and was wondering what is a good time for kids to wake up when doing a rhythm schedule. Should I let them wake up on their own, or is that something I should control? I personally believe that you should let them sleep. Number one, the public school system has this set schedule. Most children, yeah, Heather, we see you. Most children do not get enough sleep. Children without enough sleep have more anxiety and more depression and eat worse. So if you want a healthy child who can think clear, let them sleep. If they wake up at 10, start the rhythm at 10. If they wake up at 7, start the rhythm at 7. If you have one child who wakes up at 7 and one at 10, the child can start the rhythm on their own. They don't have to wait for the whole family to get started to begin the rhythm. Let them learn to listen to their body rhythms, because what you're going to see is your children are going to hit growth spurts at different times. So you're going to have a 12-year-old who needs an extra hour in the morning while you have a 5-year-old who doesn't. So make sure you're allowing your children the sleep they need, because you don't know when those sleep patterns or when their growth spurts are going to hit and they need more. The more you let them sleep, the less problems you're going to have. So don't try to control sleep other than getting them to bed early. Get them to bed early. That's a big one. But don't control when they wake up unless it's necessary. That's my number one recommendation for all of that. So next we have Steve coming up. Steve is our homeschool dad. Hello, Steve. STEM with Steve. He's our science guy. So come on.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great. Tell us who you are and what.
Fantastic.
Yeah, introduce yourself unless you want me to do it.
No, I'm happy to do so. Good afternoon. No, it's not. It's morning. Speaking of sleep, I haven't had enough myself last night, so I'm still in that rhythm thing. But yeah, my name's Steve. We've been homeschooling now for, wow, Caleb just graduated and he's been homeschooled since first grade. I have been in technology and STEM community for, gosh, 34 years. I've taught high school, I've taught middle school, and I have taught co-ops in our local area here in Indiana. And I'm excited to be with y'all and to have another program lined up for this fall. We do have 2 kids. Like I said, we have 2 that one now is, let's see, she's in sophomore this year. So, but it's been going great, and we are very thankful to have the opportunity to homeschool in this state, to be free to do it, and to apply our own methods of learning that work. And STEM is no different. It's a hands-on, application-based tool that is essential. And I think it's missing from a lot of curriculums, or maybe missing as far as not being applied well. But I know just doing some articles I was reading earlier that our skilled trades, we have a deficit in this country of skilled trades. And STEM is one of those avenues that I feel is very important, imperative to learn about. So that's where I come from. That's what I'm doing, and happy to join you all here today.
Thank you. Thank you. So Steve has some awesome online courses that you can grab here in my homeschool village. I believe we have a code for that today. Heather, I'm sure will pop up at some point. But I agree with you. My husband is an engineer. We are big science fans, and I think there's so much knowledge and joy in the world of science and just discovery. And I personally found science to be my worst subject in public school because they were textbook based. And now that I'm an adult and have gotten rid of the textbooks, I think science is amazing. So tell us what your program does,
right,
so that our kids aren't in front of textbooks.
Right. You know, you just brought a quote to my mind from the Indiana Jones series when he says, if you want to learn about archaeology, get out of the library. So it's like, you know, you got to get in the field and do these kind of things. So so the STEM course that we put together, we introduced it last year. This year, we're making some upgrades to it based on feedback that I've heard from our community. And it's meant to be an intro, not an exhaustive program. So there are six chapters or lessons that will go across many different topics on an introductory level. Basically, it's meant to be hands-on, it's meant to be interactive, and it's meant to be work together with you and the parent and the child. And it's really what it's doing is it's giving the student a taste of all the different applications or all the different things across STEM, integrating tactile, integrating discovery, hands-on, and trying to keep it as low cost as possible. You can do STEM, for as little or as much as you want to spend. I try to keep it in the middle. There's so many programs out there that are very expensive, hundreds of dollars to do these things. And then you have to buy certain materials and all these things. What I try to do is use things around the house. And there are some projects and experiments that you can't find these things around a house. Helium is one of them. So spoiler alert. Yeah. But I tell you and show you how to source these things locally and for very low cost. So this year, we're going through six different lesson plans on this, starting with what is matter, the very atom-based projects on up to exploring different forms of energy. And this year we're including renewable energy and green energy as well, talking about wind farms, talking about solar energy, and those kind of applications. And then we're building that on top of making electrical circuits. And then from there, we're introducing lesson 4, which was by demand, is the coding. So I've done some coding. Actually, my original high school program that I've done, I've learned back in high school was coding and electronics, and I've migrated to different fields over time in my career. So we're going to learn about coding and controlling objects on screens, and taking a student from what it means to code and what it does and how it is integrating into our society today. But we will not be getting into AI. That's something I'm still scratching the surface on. We may talk about it, but overall, it's going to be on a basic level of using codes, and then moving on to aerospace and rockets and space flight. So it's a jam-packed session that's meant to be at your own pace, using tools that you have or we can source locally for you. I do a lot with Amazon, and also different local stores in the area to find the things that will work best for your environment.
Perfect question. What are the ages, or what is it built for? What age group?
Right. Again, with homeschooling, it depends on that child. I mean, you have, first graders that are doing 6th grade work. So it's really meant to be, I would say, from a 5th grade on to maybe 8th grade. So between that level of student. So I would say anywhere from maybe, if you're looking at a age group, it could be anywhere from 10-year-old on up to 13, 14 years old. So
Perfect.
again, it does depend on that person. And quick story, I did this course for a local homeschool group here in Lafayette a couple of years ago. I did the electronics course, and my youngest student was 9, and we really didn't know if they were going to be in that program, like if they would succeed in that program. He ended up being my assistant. So and he really took an interest in it, and there was part of their 4-H, so he was bringing some 4-H stuff that he knew into the classroom. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I mean, why don't you come up here and I'll sit down there. So it was really cool to watch that. And I've watched that child kind of bloom over the last couple of years, and he's now into like cybersecurity. He's doing some of these electronic STEM projects for local Civil Air Patrol, and I'm like, wow, I mean, this is neat. I might be working for you someday.
That's a fun story. And I just want to point out too that this is a really good way to introduce your children into STEM and science, because he covers multiple subjects. You're going to have a kid who's like, oh my gosh, I loved this lesson, and then where to dive. So this is one of those really good beginner buffet meals of science, where your children can take this class, and then you'll know where to dive down further.
Right. And it's meant to be, like I said, a foundation. So, you may find that you get to lesson 4 and you stop there and say, okay, I want to, where do I go for more lesson 4 type stuff? And then that's where I would point to another outside resource, which would be my I have a YouTube channel that's starting all this up again. I've kind of split some things. We can talk about that later, but there's other resources to say, I want to learn about coding. I want to learn about more object oriented, things like that. How do I make things move? How do I write programs? And rockets and space flight might be, yeah, it's okay. But what I like about it is you can take, basic coding and integrate that with rockets and build. I mean, there's all kinds of projects I found, because I geek out on other YouTube channels. And I mean, I found someone who made a timer out of some basic coding and some parts, and created his own launch pad for rockets. And I'm like, oh man, that's my next thing. So time and money is it for me, but but those are the things that all go together. Forms of energy. We talk about solid fuel in rockets and space flight. Well, that's a form of energy. We talk about kinetic energy and how that works, and putting games together based on making little styrofoam rockets. So it's those things that you're going to walk away from that, on the videos we show you how to do these projects that, you know, high school, you're going to be putting these little projects on their little table, or big table, no matter what it is, and say, hey, this is what I did when I took this class, with Stand with Steve, and here's my little kinetic energy, race car that I built. So
Excellent. So Steve is, I loved how you said you geeked out on this. So
oh, yeah.
I think Steve is like the leader of the geek squad here at my homeschool village. He is inside the village to talk to as well. He can message you and you can converse with him. I don't know how many of you have a child who geeks out on this kind of stuff, but I do, and I don't always know where to send him. This is a safe place for us to send our geek squad children who want to know more about these things. Right. I don't know about you guys, but I get overwhelmed when my kids are way above my brain level. And so this is why we bring Steve in, so he can help you. He's a safe place for you to send those kids for those classes. Now, I just wanted to do explain, this is not included in the membership. And the reason is because this is Steve's course. This is Steve's project. Steve is the one who's getting paid when you buy this, and this money goes to Steve and his family. So it is not part of the membership. We have a few classes like that you can buy extra for your children if your children are interested in this, which how could they not be? So
so we have a question there from Crystal.
Yeah. Go ahead. Can you read it?
Yeah, she's asking if a third graders that's extremely hands-on will follow. This is all hands-on. It's about, I would say, 60 to 75% hands-on. There's follow me features. There's documents that you will be able to download that will show you realistically, how to go through things. So it's very, I'm a kinesthetic learner. I'm hands-on. If you you tell me directions, to get to Walmart, I have to see it. So visual and kinesthetic is what I do. So that's why it's very focused on the hands-on. And again, what I've tried to do is make it as tactile as possible. So we're using screwdrivers. We're working with our hands. We're using tools that are going to be motor skill central. So yes, absolutely.
Awesome. Perfect. And are you affiliated with the STEM that's set up at our local universities?
No, I'm not. I'm just a local guy by myself doing this kind of thing in the kind of lab behind me that I have. I love doing it. I love teaching, and it's my outlet for doing those things. So, but I will say that I try to align the material with like any local what do you want to say? So the linkage matriculation for any local schools that need to see, hey, what are you doing in STEM? You will be able to take this content, should be able, again, I don't know all the different states, but it's generically, it's meant to be, hey, we've gone through states of matter. Here's the work that was done. We've done, aerodynamics and those kind of things. One of the things I want to do this year that I haven't done in the past is I want to put a certificate out there so that at the end, once it's completed, and you as a parent are satisfied with the outcomes, you'll be able to print off a certificate for this program so you can keep that and put that in your binder or show it to local school authorities.
Thank you. This is so exciting. I'm going to ask this other question. Is there anything we need to buy outside of the STEM program, like a kit or anything with Steve for our kids to be able to do it?
Right. So each lesson in the beginning, there's a materials list that you can either source locally, or there are kits that I will post links to that you can purchase available, in your area, or Amazon, Hobby Lobby, those kind of places that would have those kind of things. So kind of a mixture. It's, for the new one that we're doing for the green energy, I'm doing a combination of this program, which again, it was on sale at Amazon. I'm like geeking out. I'm like, yes, I have to have this. So I'm putting together the content around that for the forms of energy and applying circuits. But for that as well, there's circuits that we've made out of tinfoil, batteries, and we've made switches out of cardboard boxes. So it's just, again, it's being creative. Yes, you can buy box things and it's great. It's the how-to. But I go back to like the Apollo 13, movie, if you haven't seen that, and we need to make an air filtration out of this junk. How do we do that with the time that we have? So that's the creative mindset of it.
It's my husband's favorite movie too. For this.
Yes, Tom Hanks' role is perfect in that.
Yeah. Okay, so it's exciting to me. It's about teaching your kids science, but showing them that they don't have to go to like the nearest Best Buy and get all the pieces. That they're right there in front of you, which is so DIY and so perfect for homeschooling. Is the cost of the program cover all the kids we have or per kid?
I would say that's up to you. Really, I mean, I don't think we have a license fee on it I think it's per family, really. So
yeah, I think we've got it right now for family. And Heather's going to be putting a 50% off code for his course in your emails. So that'll be in there so you can grab that. And then the STEM schedule, can you just kind of go through a quick, what is it, daily, weekly? How would one use it?
Sure. Just to see if I could share my screen or anything, but what you will do is when you purchase the program, it's set up for everything's pre-done and ready for you. I am making updates, and those updates will be done right around August 18th. We'll have all the new content. So I'm furiously trying to get some stuff done, actually taking some PTO days to add the new content in here. But all the lessons are going to be ready to go. There's no live portions to this right now. This is all recordings and videos that I've done that are current with today's standards. When something does change or come out new, I try to get that updated as soon as possible, either in the curriculum or on my YouTube channel. So this is totally at your own pace. So I don't, as far as, how fast or how slow you want to go, it all depends on you.
So just to help people out, here's how I would do it personally is, and how we will be doing it actually. This is the science that my kids are going to be doing this fall. We are going to do it once a week because I like to do my science like every Thursday or Wednesday night or something like that. And so we'll do science Thursday. We'll do one because I want them to have time for the week if they love it to delve in more and to really go through it. And I want to spread it out. But if they're so enthralled where they're like, oh my gosh, Mom, can we do the next video? I might let them. Yeah. But I really want to really pursue the whole course and do some of our own research. So we personally will be doing one a week.
Yeah. So there's a lot of content, especially in the circuit one and rockets and space flight. Some of those projects will take you maybe a week to do. Just the lesson itself to go through and understand it. So I encourage families not to, some kids they just want to jump to the hands-on, or I just want to shoot this thing up, or I just want to turn this thing on. I always say, even when I taught high school and middle school, you got to understand the content. Just like before driving, you got to understand the rules. You got to understand safety, because there are some things in some of these that we need to make sure we're following safety protocol. And I don't want, messages, hey, my kid did this and mixed this, and no, please. There are certain things that you have. That was what I did in the 80s. I was an 80s kid, so I have the scars to prove it. Don't be me. So.
Well, and I also think you could even do this as a 6 month to use this as your curriculum. You take his starters, you take his experiments, you go further into it, spend the month on these topics, and you'll be amazed where your kids will go with this. I think you'll all be amazed what your kids will do if they have the freedom to really dive in.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. Any questions for Steve? So how do you ever go live with the kid? Oh, do you ever go live with your children?
I haven't, and I know I've been asked about that. It's hard to get folks all in an area at one time to do this kind of things. I know I'd have to, push things out further and further sometimes. So put a schedule out there. I know this past year I was trying to get a schedule for a rocket launch, but the weather here in Indiana did not cooperate very well. So that kind of got delayed, but it's something I thought about, and I think going forward, my main job, what I do as an adult, is I work in a hospital, so I have to really make sure I maintain my parity with that environment. But yeah, I mean, sometimes I think we may have to do that if there's enough demand. But thank you for that
There you go.
question.
And then we do have, does STEM ever hit any geologists in the face?
Great question. That was not my area. I'm That's a great question. I think I can point you to some content or some science. I was going to do a rock project. There's, growing crystals and that kind of thing, but it didn't really fit with the other types of projects I was working on. But yeah, I don't do geology. Wasn't my strong suit. But I have adult children who are somewhat into that, but I don't think they would be willing to get on screen or do something like that.
And we do have geology inside. When the study.com joins us, there's also geology in there. So we do have that. It's just not as good as Steve does. So, and then, yeah, I was teasing about the geology. I knew what you meant. I'm just kidding. I believe you mentioned the STEM program being for 5th to 8th. Would you recommend for 1st to 4th? We are entering 1st grade. So I personally would still put my kid in front of it just to see, because a child, it's like planting that seed, getting them moving, seeing what questions they ask. They might totally take off on this. So this is a great chance for you to find out. Do it for 1st to 4th. We will also have other science programs inside. We have inside the membership, included on the study.com, and other programs we have in there. The creativebug.com also has a lot of great science stuff. But if you want, for Steve's course, I would still try it for a 1st to 4th grader, because you might be surprised with.
Yeah, and I think too, having that parental involvement, the alongside of would be something that would be, because I think especially with the first 2 lessons, I think would set baselines. And you may say, hey, I'm going to do the first 2 lessons this year, and then 2nd grade I'm going to do 3 and 4. Or let's say, hey, I think we're in the last part of our year. Let's try lessons 3 and 4 and see how we do.
There you go. And once you guys, once you buy it, it's yours. So it's not like there's not a limited time on it. It won't expire. It's yours to use throughout. If you even wanted to take one subject a year and really go over it in depth, you can do that too.
Yeah, it's as much or as little as you want to put into it.
Yeah. So
hopefully more
for that. And make sure you're following Steve on his YouTube channel. What's your YouTube channel?
It was in the link there, I thought. It is youtube.com/@STEM with Steve.
Can we just type in STEM with Steve and we'll find you? I'm assuming. Yeah. STEM with Steve. I like that. Well, we'll put that in the email to you guys so you can find him. His YouTube channel is excellent. I've been watching pieces of it and going, hey, can you add this in? Hey, can we have some of this? So he's got some great stuff in there. There it is.
I will preface this with so I had one channel, and I'm starting to grow both of them. So the technology portion now I have separated out. So I've created a new channel with STEM with Steve. So I am just starting to put the new content over to STEM with Steve. So the tech skills coach will always be live, but some recommendations I was given about niching out. If you don't know that term, basically I had too much going on my channel, and it was confusing for people. So now I have a dedicated STEM channel, and I have a dedicated technology channel for all kinds of how-tos and tips and tricks.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Remember, you can find him inside My Homeschool Village, inside the group. Next, we have Steve. Thank you for being here. We're going to do another giveaway. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. So we've got Molly coming in. I want to just give you, Molly is a health coach. She and I have been friends actually for like 20 years. And Molly knows the ins and outs. She has 5 children of her own, and she has learned, I've watched her go up and down in weight all over those 20 years with all 5 kids. And she knows the right ways to eat healthy, the results that we get with our children. This is not about fat thin. That's not what this is about. This is about eating properly and having the right health so our children can maximize their education. And we as mothers can have the energy we need to do what we're doing. So she's coming on soon to help with that. In the meantime, let's do that giveaway for the t-shirt. Yes, or is Molly here already? Did you vote? The Becky shirt? It's homeschool, raise them in the way they should go, or Heather's shirt with the H in homeschool. Notice that is supposed to be the Harvard logo, but for homeschoolers. So make sure you're put B or H. We're going to have you vote which t-shirt we're going to give away. Okay.
I am watching and I'm waiting for Molly to come in.
She's texting me. She got a little lost, but she should be here.
Is she coming to your house or is she coming?
No, she's going to be on her phone. She said if it doesn't work, she lives a couple blocks away. She'll run over and we'll just move things.
Alrighty. Well, let me.
I personally have hired Molly myself to help me get my brain around healthy food. So, but anyway, we'll let her tell you what she does. I got a lot of B's here for the t-shirt.
Well, you know what they say.
What do they say? Are you calling me a B? Like Becky?
Like Becky, obviously. That's what I'm saying.
My initials are BS. My children like to remind me of that. Actually, it's my siblings that like to remind me of that. Okay, so I only see like 4 votes.
Okay, so Molly is here, but we are going to do the giveaway. I need to actually, I'm just going to pick a number from here. Is that okay? Like, no, I don't know. How do you want me to do this giveaway? My little spinning wheel is full.
It's full. Oh, okay. Give us a number between 1 and what? What number?
You know what? I'll do it after you talk to Molly. And then
we'll talk to Molly and Heather will figure out the winner or how we're doing that. Molly, hello.
Hi, good morning. How's everyone?
Awesome. How are you?
So good.
You look great. So Molly and I have been friends for
a long time.
Before you had any children, I think I had babies. Very long time. We've been friends in multiple states, actually. So we met in Maryland, and now we live a block away from each other in Utah, which is really fun.
It's so fun.
So Molly, tell us, I was just telling them while you're here about the importance of health and helping, number one, to have the energy we need as mothers. It's not about fat or thin. It's about energy for being a mom. And number two, making sure children are getting the right diet so they can be educated better. So take it away.
Yeah. So a lot of women that I talk to, they'll say, well, I don't really have time to think about myself or what I'm eating because I'm just so busy with my kids. But really, we have it backwards that way, right? Because if you take time to fuel yourself properly, you are going to have the energy that you need. So instead of just grabbing a donut or grabbing a cereal bar, you can actually, make some overnight oats or something that doesn't take a lot of time. So I really enjoy just, teaching people about how you can eat simply but healthy at the same time. And then it's just really important to be an example to our kids, right? So that they know that it's not just about what you look like necessarily, but about health, right? And just setting them up for long-term health. It's really important. So yeah.
Thank you. So Holly is inside my homeschool village, inside the group now in the health. There's a part, what do we call it now? The healthy mama something. Anyway, she's in there in the groups inside my homeschool village, and you can ask her questions. She's here to help us out with that. She does have her own coaching program. If you're interested in doing that, the links will be in the emails as well for that. But I found, so one of my favorite things and hints that Molly has is she's a busy mom. She has 5 children. She knows what it means to be like, I don't have time to eat healthy. And so what she does is she teaches recipes you can make the night before, ways to eat on the go that are healthy for you and will give you energy instead of eat on the go crap. Right.
Yeah.
And
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And then I also do a lot with meal planning. So I'm not big into, like taking 2 hours during the week to prep all of your food because I just don't feel like that's sustainable. But I do think it's important to meal plan. So I talk about how to do that simply in 15 minutes or under each week, and then how to have kind of like a backup plan that's not the drive-through, right? So I think that's important because we have to feed our families, so you might as well have a plan. So I talk a lot about that too.
Do you have something you could give for free to everybody who's showed up today?
Oh, sure. So my meal planning guide, it's called Meal Planning Made Simple. So I will give that to you ladies. And yes, hopefully that will get you started on the right track with meal planning in a simple way.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any questions here for Molly, you guys? We'll get you her meal planning guide that will be in your emails and help you get your meals planned out so that everybody's happy and healthy. I personally find that the more junk I eat, the more tired and depressed I am. And the more proteins I eat, the happier I am.
Yeah, for sure.
Bethany says, our gut health directly affects our brain health. I found out the hard way. Oh, yeah. Bethany, yeah.
For sure, yeah.
And Molly can help us with that, you guys. She's in the group to help us through all of this. And if you want to go more intensely with Molly, she does do a coaching program, right? Do you want to just tell us a little bit about that?
So the program that I do is actually Term Healthy Mama is what it's called. But it's just basically eating whole foods. But then we also play around with some sweeteners and do sugar-free desserts, which are a lot of fun if you have a sweet tooth. So I will just, take you where you're at. So if you want to work on meal planning, we'll do that. I also do emotional eating. I do hormones. I do gut health. I do all the things. So my one-on-one is really just what you need, right? And if it's just, you know what, Molly, just check in with me every day and make sure that I'm accountable to somebody, I will do that for you, right? I also have a group, so that's starting up in August, and then that's, not geared towards one-on-one, of course, but you can get in there, ask questions, and we'll get to healthy that way. And a lot of people like that group environment because, they just feel supported with these other like-minded women. So it's a lot of fun. And we do challenges and weekly weigh-ins and all of the things. So yeah, that's what that's about.
That's the way I brought her on, you guys. She's amazing. Diane says, how do I get my 5-year-old to eat more veggies?
Oh, good question. So if your 5-year-old likes to dip, you can, have ranch for them to dip their veggies in. Even ketchup is okay as long as, they're not just slathering it with ketchup. But just make it fun for them. I just put all of the different elements, is what I call it, the different elements on a plate for my kids, right? So they have their protein, they have their carb, they have their fruit, they have their veggie, and it's just part of their lunch. And my kids, some of them still struggle with veggies for sure. My 6-year-old, yep, she's the hardest. But I also get those squeezy pouches from Costco, which they love. And so that's an easy way to get a veggie and a fruit. But just try different things. They like frozen grapes. You can, say, hey, we're going to have grape popsicles, and you freeze some grapes and, put a few on their plate, and they really love that. So just keep trying some things with your fruits and veggies. Let's see. Also, shakes are a great way to get veggies in. So if you do like bananas, my kids do like almond milk, or you could just do regular milk. And then you could do protein powder if you want. I always encourage protein, but that's just up to you. You could even do cottage cheese for your protein in there, and then just add like a handful of spinach. That's a fun way to get in veggies, and they don't taste the spinach, right? You can even add in a little peanut butter if you want. So yeah. Sometimes hiding veggies is the way to go. I know some people will say, well, that's deceptive, but it's not. It's smart. It's being smart.
I agree. Molly and I literally, when our kids were little, used to have conversations about how to hide veggies. Like, we would grind carrots and put it in their mac and cheese. Mm-hmm. And do you remember? Yes. Yeah. We used to go, how do you hide the vegetable?
Right. Yeah, you can put lots of veggies in casseroles and things. So, just keep trying different ways. Yep.
Christine says, do you teach anything aside from healthy eating or meal planning? Example, if someone took medication that caused weight gain, they struggle with now losing and haven't been taking the medication for a while. Do you help that person help figure out what they need to do to reverse the effects medication has caused, or how to increase one's metabolism and so on?
Okay. So, we can definitely, work on your metabolism as far as knowing exactly what the medication did to your body. I'm not an expert in that, but I can help you heal your metabolism for sure. Yeah.
So, Ellen, just a little insight. I hope I'm not giving away too much, but so Molly and I will discuss as we go up and down as we were having babies, and we would discuss different things like, I can't get these last 20 pounds off or whatever. And we've even like, hey, I have a hormone doctor. And so she's dealt with hormones. She's dealt with plateaus. She's dealt with all of that and has all kinds of amazing ideas to help with that.
Yes. Yep. For sure.
Yolanda says, can you help with ADHD on how to be healthy because I forget to eat?
Oh, yes. I have had several clients with that issue. So, yes, I will text you to remind you to eat. For sure. You can also just set a timer on your phone. I know that helps a lot of people, especially as busy moms, who are going all over the place. Set a timer on your phone. Every 3 to 4 hours, you should be eating. And that's really going to help with your metabolism. It's going to help with the ADHD. Just to make sure that your sugar levels are balanced, right? So, sometimes we just need to set those reminders for ourselves, and there's nothing wrong with that.
That's true. I don't know how many moms in here. It's like, I don't realize I haven't eaten all day till about 4 or 5, and then I eat everything in the house because I'm starving, and then I can't get weight off.
And then you're sluggish, and your metabolism tanks. Yep.
Molly can help with that. Why? Because she's done it. She knows. Any other questions for Molly? We will make sure that we get you all of her links, but also make sure you've joined My Homeschool Villages group so you can talk to her in there as well, and we will get you her meal plan for free. Are you able to help with weight gain in an autistic child? Even with eating a lot, my son has massive issues gaining weight.
Oh, interesting. Yes, I can help you with that. We do what are called crossovers in THM. I don't want to talk too much about THM because it's really about healthy eating principles, but basically you are giving them carbs and fats at the same time. You're giving them those fuels at the same time. And that really helps kids who need to gain weight. Or if you are one of the few women, I feel like, that struggle with gaining weight, you can do that as well. So yeah, I can tell you about different ways to combine your foods for your child to help them with that.
Awesome. Yeah. Perfect. Any other questions? Are we okay? Molly, thank you for being here.
Sure. Thanks for having me. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. We'll have her again, you guys, to come do an interview in one of our lives as well. So thanks so much. We'll let you get back to your busy family.
Okay.
And now you guys, go make sure you're going and checking her stuff out if you're needing any help with your health or health with your kids. Okay.
Sounds great. Thanks, ladies.
Yep. See you later.
See you. Bye.
All right. Yes, that woman, I can honestly say 20 years with her, she is one of the sweetest, loving, truly interested in helping other people. I just love her. So, okay, t-shirt. Who wants a t-shirt? We're doing a spin. Oh, she moved it. Okay, we can spin it for the blue for this one. Now you get to pick your color, just so you know. It's just the print that you're gonna and the way it fits. By the way, this is so soft. This is so soft. I love this shirt. I fight over this shirt. It's actually his. But he fills it out a little differently, but he looks really good in it. Suzanne, you're getting a t-shirt. Congratulations. We will get you that information. What we'll do is we'll give you a code so you can go to the website and just order it for free and it'll get shipped to you. Okay. So we will get you that information, Suzanne. Congratulations on winning this shirt. And yes, dads love this too. Heather and my husband both ordered one for themselves. And then Heather and I liked the shirt so much we stole them from our husbands. Maybe I'll give him a new one or maybe I'll share. I don't know. All right. I do love these shirts. Okay. What I like about it too is your kids can wear it. Like my kids keep saying, Mom, I want a homeschool t-shirt. So I have to show you really quick. I did bring my kids. So my kids wear this one. I am not most students homeschool. This was one my kids really like to wear, and it comes in multiple colors. Where's the other one my kids like to wear? Oh, this one. I love this one because it's so stinking soft. Free range homeschooler. My kids love this one too. So anyway, just thought I'd show you this. Okay. Those are all on our website if you want one. We'll do more giveaways soon. Heather, what is coming up next? I know, free range, right? I mean, that was Heather's design. Yeah. Because we're both like, I am organically raising my children. We are organically educating. Sometimes it's not even homeschooling because we're not at home that often. We're out and about and we're learning. So I like to call it organically educate. It's organic education is really what we're doing here, right? The web showed them as being out of stock. Okay, we will get on that. Figure out why.
I'm fixing it right now.
There you go.
And I'm gonna make a coupon code for everybody too.
Yay! What are we getting off? And then
what?
How much do we get off for t-shirts?
I don't know. 100%. I'm going to also put up the link again so people can check in again. We've got some new people on, and I need to be able to put them in for future giveaways that we're having.
Oh, awesome. Okay. What's our next topic and who's coming in?
Well, right now you are to be doing a, sorry, I just got a message, to be doing a question and answer about things that you have already talked about. But then after that, we are, we're doing, Lori's going to come on briefly through video and talk about preschool. And then you're going to go into talking about debunking the myths or whatever about homeschoolers. So right now it's question and answer, and I'm going to work on getting everyone a code for t-shirts while you're doing that.
Okay. Debunking myths. Do you have a list of myths I'm going to be going over?
Was I supposed to?
Oh, good. I got to just come up with those myths out of my head.
Well, yeah, you can do it.
Oh, then please write up the myths that you guys are worried about in homeschooling, because I don't think we prepped that one very well. Oh, Stephanie, I'm sure Heather's seeing that. Okay. All right. So if you have more questions on homeschooling, specifically your children, please put them on up. Can we talk about the scheduling and how we can do that with not just me, with my ADHD, but with my boys being at a different time any more of the day? But with your boys being at different time, I don't know any more of the day. I'm sure that's a typo, but I'm okay. So let's talk about scheduling. I know the scheduling is like what really hooks us up. I get this. And I'm going to try and I'm trying to figure out the best way to help with this. And here's why it's such a hard topic. Number one, every family's different, right? And so there's no one schedule that works for everybody. Number two, we all have different children at different levels with different amounts. And so the most important thing I think I can help you in deciding how to schedule out your family. We're gonna work. Everybody have a piece of paper. Get out a piece of paper. I'm gonna help you with something here. If you can grab a piece of paper, I want you to write down some things. Okay, I'm gonna give you a couple of things you need to think about, because we're focused in the wrong place. Not in the wrong place. We're focused on a schedule instead of where we're headed. So if you don't know where you're going, the schedule doesn't matter. So let's figure out what it is that we really are trying to teach our children. Okay. Number one, write down your goals for your kids. And I'm not talking about, I want them to learn math. I want to learn English. You have to consider that as just part of what they will do in life. I want my children to be able to self-motivate. I want my children. So these are the things that we're going to do in a schedule. Okay. You're going to teach them how to self-motivate, self-educate, self-monitor, discipline. Okay. These are things that your children are going to learn through a schedule. So if you go in and you schedule your children and you schedule them for the day because you're afraid they're going to be bored. Okay, boredom's your friend. When you're a homeschool parent, boredom is your friend. And I'll explain that in a minute. But don't schedule your children because you're afraid they'll have free time. It's vital that they get bored and learn how to fill their boredom. They need hobbies. They need interests that are for just them. They need to be able to wake up in the morning with an idea of what is expected of them for the day, and with something they get to do when they've accomplished the have-tos. I always call them the have-tos in the morning, the want-tos in the afternoon. They need to know what their have-tos are so that when they're done, they can do the want-tos. And those want-tos they have chosen themselves. A 5-year-old can choose a want-to. A 15-year-old can choose a want-to, and you as the parent get to say yay or nay on that, right? It's like, well, yeah, if you want computer time, that's fine. If not, that's up to you as a parent. But the schedule is not about making sure everything gets done. The schedule is about making sure they understand life skills. And the most vital life skills I am seeing today's generation of children missing out on is thinking for themselves, planning for themselves, knowing who they are. This is what we're doing in homeschooling. And so it's vital that our children wake up in the morning and know what's expected, and you have that written down somewhere where they can check it off. And in the afternoon, if what is expected is done, they get to do something else. This is where I personally use Creative Bug for my artists. They go in and pick a class. It's something fun. It's a reward. I have one son who likes to work on motorcycles. I have another son who likes to build tree houses and build swings in the outside and go swimming. And right. So, or they'll have a friend over. Those are their get tos or want tos because their have tos are done. This is what we're teaching them about life. An entrepreneur, someone who works for themselves, needs this skill to wake up in the morning and get the have tos done so then they can do their creative stuff at the end. And this is how businesses get built. This is how people become millionaires. They self-regulate, they self-educate, they have self-discipline. So one of the books I love is Habit Stacking. What we're really doing here is habit stacking. Okay, if you will teach a child to habit stack and you section the day, in other words, you're going to get up in the morning. We get up. So this is my day. I get up, I go exercise for an hour. That's also my scripture time. When I listen to scriptures, I'll go on a walk or I'll weight lift, whatever is my right? Get up, work out, scripture while I work out. Otherwise I fall asleep. Get to work and I do business for my homeschool village until about noon. My children, in the meantime, get up. Now, remember, my youngest is 11 now. They get up. They get started on their homework. When we're all hungry, we make breakfast. Sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's noon. And then we have breakfast. And then afterwards, they finish up whatever they're missing. And then they get on their get tos or their want tos. When they're done with their want tos, we all work together in the evenings and we do fun things together. Now, the idea is that you're helping your children plan their own lives. Get the have tos done, get the want tos in the afternoon. Make sure that the want tos include talents, hobbies, creative time. They need that brain. When they're bored, they get two options. Mom, I'm bored. You can pick something to do or I will pick it for you. Okay. Sometimes when if I had to pick it for them, they usually had to clean a bathroom. Great, go clean the bathroom. And boy, that boredom disappeared and they found something to do. It's amazing. And I'll tell them, if you're in creative time, I leave you alone. I will not interrupt your creative time. Afternoons are creative time. Okay. This is when their have tos are done. The day slows down. It's creative time, DIY time. I started out doing this. I would start doing my own projects and my kids would join me. Slowly, they started on their own projects. Now we all kind of do our own projects. But what happens during this time is your children learn that they're creative. They learn their talents. They learn that they have their own drive. And what I have found is my children who are not currently creating something get depressed. They get anxiety. And I can look at my child and they're like, Mom, they start to feel depressed. And I can literally say, what are you working on right now? What are you creating? And they'll go, oh, that's right. I'm not creating anything right now. Okay, let's find you something to create. Creativity, to create, is a God-given gift. God is a creator first. Before he ever became our father, he was a creator, and then he created his children. You have to be a creator in this life to progress, to feel good about yourself and who you are, and to grow. And we as mothers need it too. We need to be progressing. We need to be creating something, whether it's a recipe, whether it's sewing, whether it's fixing something. The soul needs to be doing that. So when we're talking about schedules, okay, you have to take the most important things first and put those in. So your most important thing that your children need to know how to do is self-regulate, self-educate, be creative. A creative child will teach themselves anything they need to know in order to continue creating. So afternoons, creative time. Make it sacred time. I had to actually explain this to my husband. He started working from home and he would come in the afternoon and be like, well, they're not doing anything. We need to clean. I'd be like, no. We're in creative time. You may not interrupt. And he would go, I don't see them doing anything. All they're doing is coloring. All they're doing is playing Legos. No. It's creative time. And sure enough, my husband started doing the same thing slowly. And he's happier now because he has discovered that scheduling your creative time is vital to the soul. It's vital to the brain. And it will help you put what I watched, okay, by focusing on the creative time. I had a son who would not read, refused, couldn't get him to do it. We would sit down and try to get the reading done, and he would just be like, no, thanks. Refused to read till he was like 9. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this kid's never going to graduate high school. We're going to have a total failure. So one day he brings me his Lego instruction book because he loved Legos. And he says, Mom, will you read this to me? And I literally said, no, I'm sorry, sweetheart. You're going to have to read this yourself. And I walked away. That boy figured out how to read in a week because he needed to know what was inside that Lego book. Now, if obviously I said, I'll help you figure it out, right? I would sit and be like, I'll help you with the words. And he'd go to Dad, Dad, will you read this to me? Dad. And I had to make sure Dad didn't read it to him either. He had to figure it on his own because I'd been working with him, guys. It's not like I just threw it at him, right? Yes, self-regulate, self-motivate, and to create. Those things are vital. Oh, thank you. Coming up. So make sure and ask your questions, guys, as I'm doing this. Go ahead and do that. If you make that creative time your sacred, most important couple of hours of the day, what you'll find is your children will look forward to that hour every day, and they'll have things set in front of them that they want to get to, and they'll have a list of projects that they want to do, and they will learn more during those projects because they want to learn how to do better math so they can build their tree house. Now they want geometry. Sorry. Now they want geometry because they're building a tree house. Now I had a daughter who started to learn cursive because she thought calligraphy was beautiful. I'm like, well, you're going to need to do. So she taught herself. That's what YouTube's for. That's what Creative Bug is for inside the village. So focus. Okay. Change your focus from what academic things do I need to be checking off to how do I help my child want to know things? Creative time. Give them those 2 hours. And don't interrupt, guys. Don't interrupt once the brain starts getting into that creative time. And if that day they need 4 or 5 hours, then let them. We even had to reset up our house differently because the kids would say, but Mom, if I clean it up, I can't come back tomorrow because it messes with my project. So we've even got rid of our living room at one point and had art tables all over the house. Everybody had their own desk space, so that they had their creative space that Mom wouldn't clean up, that they didn't have to clean up till the project was done. Yes, it was chaos. Yes, it drove me insane, but their brains were working so well. And usually if I don't see them touching a project, I'll say, you got 1 week to get back on that project or cleaning it up and starting a new one. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And they'll finish. So I would give them deadlines because, if you're sitting there all the time, you start to forget. But it's more important to have a creative time and space than a clean house. As much as it will drive you crazy, it's a phase. This too shall pass. Okay. Any questions on this? Socializing. I work full-time, and during the week, we really are very much so stuck at the house. Other than keeping him in a sport and church, what do you recommend? Don't have any mama friends that are like-minded in how our kids are being brought up. Okay. I am going to I totally empathize here. So we have lived in multiple cities. And some of those cities had some great co-ops that brought us some great friends. But I have to be honest, even in the homeschool community with other friends, we have had to be picky. We've had people come to our home or children hang out with people that we thought everything was fine. But I had a child exposed to some severe, horrific movies in the car of a friend with her child. He was like 5. And he went over to play for a day, and she had to run an errand. She put them both in the car, and in the car, they were playing something so horrific. My son had nightmares for like a year. I had no idea. We could not go back to that family. I didn't know they were watching that kind of stuff. This happens, right? We have to be careful with our kids, who they're with. Just because they're homeschoolers doesn't make them safe. We still have to be careful. So there is a certain amount of loneliness to homeschooling that I have learned to appreciate. I grew up a very social kid. I'm the middle of 7 children. I love people. I love being social. So We pick one or two families that we get along with, that kids work, and we meet up with them and we get together with them. But I have discovered personally that finding and holding on to loneliness is actually a beautiful thing. So you find friends you can find. We do church. They have sports. We have the occasional co-op where they have hooked up with a friend or two. But what I have discovered is in general is instead of working so hard to get your children friends, teach them instead to love their own companionship. It's a beautiful thing to love to be alone, to understand that alone time means God time. You can talk here, right? It also means creative time. It means I can do something, I can learn, I can serve. It's important. A confident person is happy in stillness, is happy in quiet. And so it's okay to teach your children that you only have 2 friends. You don't need more than that. Now, once you're an adult, you got your spouse and your kids and your siblings, and everybody else is a bonus. So we teach our kids that why do you need more than 2 or 3? Now, we have had phases where they've had large groups of homeschoolers and then phases in and out. So we expose them as often as we can. We encourage my other siblings whose kids all go to public school, discourage friend time. We make playtime with other people a priority because we're home alone more than they are. People think we're crazy. Playtime is important to us because it's part of who we are. I believe it's part of our health. So yes, encourage it. Church is great. Go to the library anytime between 10 and 3 during the week, and you will find homeschoolers there. I've hooked up with a lot of homeschool moms in there, and we've met with friends, and our kids would meet at the library and be like, oh, look, our kids are getting along. You want to be friends? And most homeschool moms are very into that as well because they're in the same boat. So I try to put my children in spots where other homeschoolers are and see if they connect. And if they don't, fine. And if they do, then I go meet the mom. So those are just a couple of things. But also remember, it's okay to teach your kids that you don't need people. You're teaching them that they don't need to be accepted by large groups. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Myth, homeschool is for Christians. Yes, that is a total myth. Homeschool is for anyone who wants to take the responsibility of their own child. Now, it started out very Christian based, I believe, but it's now for everyone. I mean, it always has been for everyone, but that is definitely a huge myth. Homeschooling is for anyone who wants to take the responsibility of their own child's education in their hands, which is a very big burden and blessing. We found it difficult finding community being a secular homeschooling family. It seems to be a bit lonelier. Oh, interesting. So I think that's fascinating because when we were homeschooling in Maryland, for example, we were part of a co-op of about 10 different families, and I believe we were the only Christian. There was a Buddhist, and there was atheist, and there were and I loved. I think we had a Jewish family. Anyway, it was this mix of multi-religions, and it was beautiful because the bottom line was we were all mothers just wanting to give the best to our kids, and we didn't always all agree on it, but it was fun to find out why. This is what we believe. What do you believe? And it was amazing. So there are groups out there who are very open to that. And if you can't find one, start one. I can guarantee you, if you're having the problem, there's another mom nearby who's having it too. She's just not speaking up. So start your own open group. Maybe even refer to the fact that we're all religions mixed. I think those are some of the most beautiful. Bring back that question. Or come to the village. Or come to the village. I like that. Yeah, come to the village as well. It's a little, we love it there. You mentioned earlier about library codes for homeschool family. Libraries codes for homeschool family. Do all libraries do this? I think you mean when I said libraries expand your checkout list is I think what you're referring to. When I was in Maryland and I went in and my kids all loaded up on books one day and they all had we went to check out and the librarian was like, you only get 3 per kid. I said, really? I said, I'm homeschooling these kids. We need more books than that. She goes, oh, you're a homeschooler. Oh, well, homeschoolers, you just have to fill out this form. Homeschoolers get like 10 times the amount of books. I was like, yes. So then we moved to Utah 10 years later, and I asked this librarian the same thing. I'm like, I homeschool. Can we get more checkout? She's like, yeah, sure. So you just have to ask. I don't know that all libraries do it. I've only tried it with 2 or 3. And they all said, yes, homeschoolers get a bigger checkout list. because you have more time to read and you're using it for education. So I think that's what you mean, but you just have to call your library and ask. Some will, some won't. Maybe now that there's so many homeschoolers, they may not, but I would check. How can I teach my kids to answer people on why don't you go to school? Don't you want to make friends? And they feel like it kind of upsets them. Here's what I would teach instead. Okay. I wouldn't teach your kids to answer people on this. I would teach your kids that people don't understand, and we don't have to answer that question. Because really people who are asking that aren't really interested in the answer. They're just being combative. So I taught my kids. At first I was like, okay, how do we answer this? Guys, just tell them this. And then I thought, wait a minute. It's not for us to convince the world. We're here by example. If you want to be like us, fine. Ask me those questions, how to be like us. But the people who ask questions with the wrong attitude do not get an answer from us. And I've taught my children, you don't owe anyone an answer. Now, if somebody's asking kindly and sweetly and truly interested in what's going on, you say, we're homeschooled and we love what we do. Now, my kids will answer and say, we love homeschooling. You know how many people, they're like, we're homeschooled. We love our freedom. They've got the confidence now to answer anybody at any time. Yeah, we homeschool, and no, we don't like, or whatever. And they have no problem, but they're older now. When they were little, they would look at me and go, how do I answer that question, Mom? And I would answer for them and say, my children are homeschooled and we're doing fine. Thank you. And walk away. So I guess that question really depends on who's asking and why. Is it a parent? Is it my parent? Well, my mom has had more than an earful of why we do what we do. And sometimes she agrees and sometimes she doesn't. And that's fine. Can homeschoolers play sports? Depends on the state, you guys. So when we were in Maryland, actually you can play sports. Of course they can play sports. When we lived in Maryland, you had to sign up through the community and we could play, but we were not allowed to join in the high school or public school in Maryland. I don't know if that's changed. In Utah, a homeschooled child can join any public school sport they want to. And you can be included in any way. So it just depends on your state. You call your school, and if you want them in school sports, or most communities have community sports, you just put them in there and they're fine. So, and this is something we haven't dealt with a lot because I do not have athletes. We are not athletic. We love exercise. We're weightlifters because it doesn't require any kind of contact where we could get hurt. But I haven't been in that world a ton. When my children wanted to try a sport, we went through the community and we were fine. But if you want your kids to get into the bigger sports, then call your high schools, your local high schools. And honestly, if they say no, and you're up for a fight, you could pull that legal fight. You're paying the same taxes as everybody else. You should be able to have the same access to those things. So most states now can see the value in it. Some states have homeschool only sports. So I know like Heather here, her kids are in Indiana and her kids have like a whole homeschool sports group, which I can see coming in the next decade. I can see homeschool teams starting up in cities and then competing across the countries just like the public schools did. Some days I want to start that myself. We'll see. Oh, Stephanie, I like that. Because I want to get a good education. The answer you give back to people who ask, like, why aren't you in school? Sometimes I'll tell my kids, well, I'm homeschooled. I'm always in school. Or, you just have to ask yourself, am I in the mood for a fight? Do I want to give them attitude? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm just like, you're not worth my time, and we walk away. Sometimes I explain and sometimes I don't. And it depends on who's asking the question and why. I have many friends who now homeschool because they asked questions and they were afraid to offend me as a homeschooler because they asked me a question about homeschooling. And I'll say, no, ask away. And then they'll start to get curious because they really just want to homeschool, but they don't want to offend a homeschool mom. So we'll have a great conversation. And now she's homeschooling. So it's really about observance. Who's asking? Why are they asking? Can you be the mom that encourages another mom to homeschool her own children? Sometimes they just don't know how to ask what they want to know. All right. Lori. Lori's
everyone. My name is.
You froze. Uh-oh, Heather, she froze. Okay, that was Lori. She'll be back in just a sec. I'm sure Heather's working on it. Lori is our pre-KK teacher. She comes in once a week. So if you're in the pre-K teacher, she's coming. Okay. She comes in once a week and meets with the children and does little games and little activities with them once a week. If you are in the membership, you can sign up your children for just the pre-KK if you only have a child kindergarten or younger. But if you join up with the family program, pre-K and K is included. So if you have a high schooler and you get the family, you get that as well. Or if you have an elementary. Anyway, she comes in and she's so great. She was a pre-K teacher for years. Just started homeschooling the last couple of years, I believe, her junior high child, and is now joined my homeschool village to help us with our pre-K and kindergarten program. And she does awesome. Heather just told me, is it?
Yes. So you need a break. Yep, you may have a break. I'm going to introduce Miss Lori here in a moment. She sent me a video because she's on vacation. So I'm going to play the video and then answer any questions, let you get a drink, get something to eat if you want. You've been talking for 2 hours straight, so thought I would help you out a little bit. So I'm sorry if anyone has any other questions, put them in the comments, and when she comes back, I will make sure she answers them. But
thank you. Okay, how much time do I have?
You have about, I don't know, I'll give you 7 minutes.
Okay, go.
All right, bye. See ya. Okay, guys, it's just me now. So I am going to introduce Miss Lori. She's our kindergarten teacher, preschool kindergarten. And like Becky said, she is inside of the group. She'll be doing some free things inside the community, but also she's mainly coming in once a week to work with the kids that are inside the program. So let me see. I'm used to just doing everything on the back end and not being live. So let me see if I can get her.
It's Lori Siegel. I am a wife and mother of 4 children, 3 of which are adults. One I still have at home and am homeschooling in junior high. I have a degree in elementary education, which I received over 3 decades ago. But most of my recent training has been done in early childhood education. I started off teaching 5th and 6th grade, later taught preschool for a couple of years, and then the last 10 years was spent at a learning center with older toddlers. In the last year and a half, I started looking into technology, started my own business. I own an online preschool as well as homeschool enrichment. And it was last year that I found my homeschool village. And this past spring, I agreed to join with them as the preschool kindergarten teacher. And I look forward to having a lot of content that will be available for homeschool families, helping both the children and the parents. The purpose of the live lessons that I have scheduled for Monday afternoons is mainly to have an interactive platform for young children to get to know other friends and to review some of the things that they're learning in their classes. I envisioned it to be a safe place where they can feel free to ask questions and respond rather than just watching some video or some entertaining television program or video game. I think of my online lesson more of like a circle time where we have time to sing and move and learn new songs, make our own music, as well as review numbers, letters, shapes, colors, and expose them to science, history, literature, and all other areas of education. I want the children to enjoy learning something new. I want them to feel successful in what they've already learned. And I want them to have the opportunity to make new online friends in a monitored setting where I know that kids will be safe. Some of the goals that I have for the pre-K kinder program are, number 1, having a good knowledge of their letter sounds and beginning reading skills, blending those sounds, making words, At the beginning stage, they're just recognizing the letter, and as they get into kindergarten, they will actually be reading. Number two, the second goal is in number recognition, which involves counting the numbers, recognizing the number form, finding out if it's more or less, and just even starting simple addition problems. And the third goal, as I mentioned earlier, was just to give them some exposure to science topics, history topics, literature, abstract concepts, again, in a safe environment that doesn't have the world's philosophy attached to it. This world is a scary place, and I'm all for sheltering children from the garbage that is out there. And I want to group together with other homeschooling parents that want the best for their child and are not sure what's out there. If I can be of use to parents in a coaching capacity or in a teacher capacity, providing educational content for your child, I would be happy to help you. Any questions, you can contact me through my homeschool village. Thanks for letting me share.
Okay, so that was Miss Lori. She's been with us for a year and she's excellent. The kids love her. She's a lot of fun. I don't have my list in front of me, but we are going to be having a obviously it's homeschool, a preschool kindergarten roundup. I'm going to put the link inside of the chat box. It's free to sign up. It is just to come and talk to Miss Lori yourself, get to know her a little bit better, and just understand what she's going to be teaching in there and how you can apply it to your daily schedule. So do you have any questions for me on the kindergarten aspect? I'm going to go to comments and see if anyone has any questions. I'm not going to answer questions about the pricing just yet because Becky is going to talk about that. She has all of that in front of her, and I do not have that in front of me. Karen, I am in Indiana. I live near or in Lafayette. I'm kind of in between like 3 different small towns, but that's where I'm at. So any questions for me on the preschool stuff? So let me see. Yolanda says, so preschool and kindergarten will be in one class. Yes, she does do it in one class. It is about a 30-minute lesson, but she also has the lesson plan inside of the membership, so you can go in daily and see what needs to be done or what should be done. Kindergarten, usually for preschool kindergarten, that's like a 45-minute to maybe 1 hour top learning time. The rest of it is more hands-on. Inside the village, we give you guys tips on how to incorporate daily life in your scheduling and in your learning. So at between ages 3 and 6, it's a lot of hands-on play type of learning, and we will show you guys, give you tips on how to do that as well as with the preschool curriculum. Do pre-K kindergartners also use apps, or are they for the older kids? Yes, inside of the membership, you have access to the apps for preschooling and the kindergarten class. We are looking into adding a few different programs for all ages, but we will be having still the Starfall and some other educational games in there. Starfall is great for learning to read, math concepts, including shapes and numbers. There's also lots of printables on there, so you can print those out. There is a lesson plan that you can follow through Starfall, and that is also included in the membership. So Priscilla says, I will be doing 3 kids this year. Which My Homeschool Village program should I be purchasing? You would want the family plan. I don't know, Anne, if you're in here, could you be my helper? I don't know if Anne is on here. Anne is my, yeah, there she is. Your video is not on. Do you want to go live with me now and help talk? Or you just want to comment for me, Anne? Anne, I don't mind posting the link to the membership in here right now. It's the lowest that it's going to be. We're not going to be giving any discounts for that. We do have some special things at the end. That's why I wanted Becky to talk about it. But yes, if you're looking at the membership now and you want information, and if you could post that link inside of the chat box, that would be awesome. The family membership is for 3 or more kids. And I believe it is $97 a month, which is over half off what we're doing right now. Holly says, is Starfall included with the membership? I have used it in the past, but you have to pay for the full version. Yes, it is included in the membership, and it is the full version. So the preschool, kindergarten platform, we have it broken down by week and days. Lori's going to be coming in and she's going to be adding in a schedule as well to help with that. We have right now, there's just so much in there. It's hard to really go over everything, but everything that you will need for your preschool, kindergarten, up to age 6 is inside of the membership. Yes. So you'll have your math concepts, your reading, teaching you how to read. Lori comes in once a week and she goes over all of these concepts with the kids. She does show and tell with the kids, really encourages them to, she almost does it like it's a public school setting as far as like, having the kids do show and tell, show what kind of books they're reading. She really encourages interaction between the kids and herself. So having Lori on there is a huge blessing for my homeschool village. We're very, very blessed to have a licensed teacher in there that loves the kids and loves to teach and really just gets down on their level and helps them to engage with each other and with her in a learning atmosphere. Does the homeschool club for 2 include pre-K and kindergarten? Yes, it does. So you can purchase just the preschool, which would be like the 1 child. Anything over that is preschool is included. So you can mix and match the programs for your child's age. So this is why Becky does the talking, because I have so much, I have like too many tabs open on my screen and in my brain at the same time. I'm totally buffering right now. So I am very thankful. So Anne will be coming on in a little bit. She's going to introduce herself, or actually Becky's going to introduce her. And Anne is mine and Becky's right-hand person. I like to say she's more mine than Becky's because I call her a ton. But Anne is another person to get to know inside of the village. She is awesome. She has a lot of answers, and what she doesn't know, she will message me or Becky, and we will give her the answer to give to you. So she's another very valuable person in the group to contact if you have any questions. Yolanda says, since I've had the membership for a while now, will the membership go up or will it stay? For right now, it is staying. We are moving over to another platform, which will be even better than what we have now. What we have now is pretty awesome, but I'm not going to give too much of that away because we don't have all the kinks worked out yet. But I will say that the new platform is going to be way easier to get around. I mean, what we have now is fine, but we're always looking to improve. So stay tuned for that. Yes, if you get locked in right now, you are locked in for this price, and the price will be going up August 1st. But yes, if you have purchased any time before now, or if you purchased today, then it is locked in at that price that you're getting it at today. Jen says, I signed up in June and just now getting up to setting up my curriculum on Dollar's Chromebook. Where do I access login credentials on each online program membership? That is in the new dashboard, and that should have been sent to you. And could you please make a note to contact Jen to make sure that she has all that information? When you sign up with My Homeschool Village, you will get a email. And the inside of the email, there is a form that you need to fill out. And that form is an enrollment form. And that helps us to understand who you are, your children, and get them in the areas that they need to be in. August 1st, we should have more information on the study.com. We're adding in even more programs. And I don't want to go into that right now because Becky has more of that information and she's going to tell you that later. And I want her to give it with more clarity. So I don't want to tell you something that I don't have all the information on. Chromebooks, I will say, well, I'm not going to say that either. But any other questions about the kindergarten preschool? The way I did kindergarten and preschool with all of my kids was I did a 4-day schedule, and we usually did about 45 minutes to an hour and a half. And that was enough for my kids. I'm just scrolling through the comments, see if there's any more. Christina, I don't know why that is, but I will take care of that for you. Anyone have any other questions for me? I'm usually on the back end of things, so forgive me for not being as eloquent as Becky. She's way more bubbly. Hey, Ann, I see you. You want to come on with me? You can shake your head no if you want. I can see you, but they can't see you. You do. Ann wants to come on. Thank God. Save me. Yay, here's Ann. Hello, Ann.
Hello, everybody. I am. Yay! Hello.
So, Ann, don't give your skill. Don't give your skill yet.
And
don't.
I am the one
Let's break up.
that answers the support email. So,
you are
anybody has any problems?
Letting her know she's being choppy right now. You are choppy. I'm letting her know I can't really hear her very well and she's frozen. So sorry about that, guys. I'm going to go ahead and take her off for now because she needs to get her internet connected a little bit better. Any other questions on preschool? Okay. So in a little bit, I'm going to be showing another video of one of our new coaches. She's coming in. Her name is Sadie, and she will be talking about dyslexia and how to spot that in your children, how to work through that. I'm going to introduce her later. So stick around for that. I'm going to see if I can get Ann back on. I'm not sure how it's going. So let me check all of my chats in here. Heather, will we receive emails with all this info? It will not be a series of emails because I do not want to overwhelm you. The goodies that you guys are going to be getting from this webinar, I will send links to everything, downloads, everything will be in one email. So keep a lookout for that. Here in a little bit, I'm going to give that link again for you guys to check in. If you've already checked in, great. If not, I'm going to need your information so I can send that to you. Anne has left her chair, so I don't want to bring her back right now. Is this a good time to discuss the course dashboard? Trish, no, I'm not sure what that is concerning. We're not going to cover any technical support in the live right now. That is being worked on. I'm not sure why that is not showing for you, but we are making note of that, and there's somebody working on it right now, but I don't have that answer for you right now. Anne, are you ready to try again? Let's see. Anne, are you here? Hello? Nope. So Anna's not here. All right, I'm going to try to get Becky back on and see what she is up to and get some more of your questions asked. So while I'm waiting for Becky to come on, if you have any questions about anything that we have already covered, go ahead and put them in here. And I will be checking the private chat as well to make sure that we cover those questions. Ashley says, is the pre-K and kindergarten course on the Homeschool Village a good start if you don't know where to start? It is if your child is that age, yes. So I would say if you are curious and you have I see you, Becky. If you're curious and you have a child that age, then absolutely yes, that is where I would start. Between Lori and myself and others in the community, we can get you started with your kindergarten child. So Rebecca is back. I'm going to let her take over. We're going to be doing some questions and answers with Becky. And then what is she doing? Oh, you're going to discuss how to raise confident children. So do a few little questions for Becky, and then she's going to hop into that next topic.
Hi. Sorry, I was making faces at Heather trying to throw her off, and it wasn't working. Anyway, that's okay. So let me do a quick. I want to talk about Anne really fast because it's important that you know why Anne is part of my homeschool village and who she is. So when I started homeschooling, I kind of fell in love with gardening because my children would spend a lot of time outside and you want to be near them and you got to be, when they're little. And so I started gardening myself little bits just to keep myself busy while my kids are around. And then slowly they would garden with me. And then pretty soon it became like this yearly thing. And then I started to learn to can, and my children learned to can alongside. And then I slowly got to see that there was so much science involved in growing and so many lessons. My children would come up with these beautiful, analytical lessons as we would garden and can together. And I realized it was vital for their homeschooling experience to grow their own food, to store it, to understand how to use it, how to eat healthy. It's part of who we are as human beings. And we started out with pots. And slowly, as we started looking for other houses as our family would grow, we started looking for backyards where we could plant gardens, and it became part of who we were. But so we have included courses inside the membership. We have a homesteading course. We have an herbal remedies course, something else that we have discovered as well as a family, that using what God has provided for us for our bodies to heal naturally has been a great gift, and how to grow and what to grow and how to use it. And then we also have an emergency preparedness program, which is a neighbor of mine. How I moved into his neighborhood 10 years ago is pure miracle. And he and I became friends over emergency preparedness. Is 70 something, and he literally travels the country teaching people how to survive in tragedies, like huge things, earthquakes, no electricity, in the mountains on your own kind of stuff. And this man is a true mountain man, and he has been teaching my children for 10 years how to survive, how to use knives, how to make bed mats, how to survive in freezing cold winter, those types of things. So we've taken everything he has given us and put it inside the emergency preparedness and attached videos to go along with it, so your children can know. His philosophy is, if there's ever a tragedy in the world, I want my family to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And that's what we've taught our children too, is if all of a sudden, the whole neighborhood there's been an earthquake and everything's fallen apart, they know what to do. They know where the emergencies is. They know how to help the world instead of be an issue. So we have all those classes in there. And Anne is our homesteading genius. She came to my homeschool village on her own. She's been a part of it for a while now. And then we find out she's a homesteader and doing it every day and knows all about the animals and the farming. And so she is now in charge of our homesteading group, where she comes in and helps with that. Anne, are you here now? Can she come in and show? It's important, Anne is living on a farm. She's got horses. She's got chickens. She's making her own gardens. She's canning her own food. We are so lucky to have her with us and to have an expert to be able to include this into our homeschooling lives. Go for it, Anne. Tell us.
Yes, I was born and raised into this lifestyle. My pretty much great grandfather they were all farmers. So we definitely have done this. I am in the group under the homesteading group and able to answer any questions you have. I do live on a farm. We have horses, chickens. We've had ducks and goats and all of the animals. So I do have the knowledge, so I can help out, but we also help out if you're just living in an apartment and you just want to learn how to grow herbs, in a window seal. So we have different videos that we've put through during this last spring that we're hoping to get uploaded soon. I'm working on editing. But yeah, of how to start your seeds, how to, raise your chickens. I will say, if you were here in the beginning when we first started, our babies are now laying eggs that we actually introduced back in April. So we are one. Will show you. I can, do all that fun stuff. And as we also, me and Heather are also working on putting together a canning and preparing kind of webinar too, so that we can teach you how to can and freeze and all of that. Because if anything is like around here, the grocery stores are outrageous. And so we want to be able to, teach you how to find your local farmers or the farmers market and take advantage of the local produce that is in abundance right now, and teach you actually process it and can and make jam, all of that stuff, so that our families are getting kind of back to our roots and what is healthy for all of us. So.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. And Heather will get the questions popping up here. Her course. So in my homeschool village in the membership, we have a basic, very basic on a lot of this. If you really want to know how to do this and you want to do this seriously, where you're going to actually like provide for your family and teach your children to provide for themselves, which, let's be honest, with today's talk of what they're doing about digital money and wanting all of us to be, controlling I don't know how many of you have been hearing the news, but learning what Anne has to teach us is what will save us and our children in the future, I truly believe. And I think, so if you want to really know it, get her course. It is separate. It is on top of, because it's that good. And we're going to give you a 50% off code in the email as well, but it will be Heather, Anne, I keep calling you Heather. It'll be Anne giving her knowledge, her guidance, her help. And she goes live inside the group as well to help with questions and a little one-on-one. It's actually a group, but it tends to be a lot of one-on-one with questions in there. So questions for Anne. What questions do you have for her? Can you give us maybe a rundown of like what exactly is in your course?
We kind of start with the basics. I know I'm working on getting a little section together on more natural cleaning products, because everything is just getting out there. So I'm trying to get everything together with how to use that vinegar and what other things can be used other than bleach. Because like me, I'm sensitive, so I haven't used it for a very long time. We're also going to go in there and how to plan your garden. Once you have it, how you're going to process it. And really then go in set of, okay, you've got all this stuff. How much do you need? If you're preparing, back when COVID hit and everything, there was nothing in the grocery stores because of the lifestyle that I have always lived. I didn't go to the grocery store for almost 2 months. Everything was just in my pantry. We keep a stockpile. So we're going to break down kind of what a normal family should have, and then how to figure out, because I know a bunch of us have a bigger family just than your family for, what to do. And I will say a small 10 feet by 14 feet area can grow a garden all year round for a family and put things away. So I have a farm and I have horses and all that, but most of my homesteading and putting away for the gardens and all that have never been the big, huge family plots that I was raised with. We've always done it on a smaller scale. Just because of the fact of get that rotate crop in. So green beans, which are in one day, you're getting through the whole season.
We're losing her again.
How to do this, the lifestyle thing, and I'm trying to break it down and really make it easy for everybody to understand.
Okay, and we're losing you. Oh, we lost her. Dang it. Okay. We'll bring her back, but know that she does come live. I think is it Mondays? Inside the group and helps with a lot of these questions. I wanted to get those questions asked for her. I'm sorry. She's having some internet issues. And is it too late to start in the year to start any type of food plants? I personally, as a gardener, say no. You can plant hot weather things right now, and would know what those are, and it depends on where you're living right now. So, are you in further south or further north? I imagine Anne could help you more. If you want to just write her a message in the chat, guys, we'll get her to go in and answer all those questions since we can't find her. She has disappeared. That's what you get for living on a farm, man. Oh, we're all jealous. We know it. I would love to own some land, but I'm also too lazy to work it. So, yeah, she's living our dream life. Okay, thank you, Anne, for coming on. Guys, we will get her to answer those questions for you. And remember, inside my Homeschool Villages group, the free group, she is in there, and you can go in and ask her questions anytime. But in the meantime, make sure you grab that course. It is a lifesaver. Talk about a major investment in your family and their knowledge. There's going to come a time when only homeschoolers know how to farm. So yeah. And she's our events coordinator. She also is running our science group or our science competition right now. She's also the one running the book clubs and all of the fun things inside my Homeschool Village. She is our coordinator, our activities manager inside my Homeschool Village. So members also get to be a part of my Homeschool Village's Minecraft game for kids. We have created a safe space on both Discord and Minecraft so that our kids can start to meet up, have conversations, have date night. Oh, date nights is the wrong word. Meetups where they're hanging out during the week with good kids. And it is heavily monitored, by the way, by all of us. So, so yeah, we will give you that link and we'll give you that 50% off code to get her course. Highly recommended, you guys. We know what the world is doing right now. It's not just our children we need to bring home, but we also need to be able to live on our own. So very excited about that. Okay, are we doing another giveaway or are we just going straight to how to raise creative, confident children? I think we're trying to be done by 11, right?
Oh, I have no clue. So let me see. No, we are doing a giveaway after you talk about raising confident children, and that's going to be the mom kit. If you want to, yeah. So if you want to get that ready.
Well, I don't actually have it with me.
I've got the picture. Okay. I'll get it ready. You just talk, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to get that ready for you.
Okay. Thank you. You go get your break. All right. Let's talk about how to raise creative, confident children. And please remember, add your questions in. When Heather gets back, she will let us know how that goes. So raising creative children, I talked a little bit about that earlier, about making sure that they have that creative time. So as parents who have grown up in the public school world, most of us grew up with a very low self-esteem. I was one of them. I was raised by how do I put this? I was raised that a low self-esteem was actually a badge of honor somehow. It's like he with the lowest self-esteem is the most humble, therefore the most godlike. I don't know. It didn't make sense. And it doesn't now. So I grew up with a very low self-esteem, always looking at the wrong things and valuing myself in the wrong ways. So how did I go from no self-esteem to raising children with self-esteems that, wow, I wish I had when I was that age? So I'm going to just give you a little rundown of my backstory and how that works. And then I'm going to show you some of the things that I've learned on how to apply it in motherhood so that my children would grow up to be much better than I am. So way back when, I used to cry over the smallest things. And I was taught that my value was in my weight, like cattle, right? Like the lower the number on the scale, the more valuable I was. I'm sure many of you have been taught the same way. My value was in my beauty, my body size, and that was about it. So as I have grown up, obviously I've learned that that is not the truth. And I grew up feeling stupid. When I was in the public school system, I am the ADHD kid who wouldn't stop talking, wouldn't stop moving, and was only judged upon my academic performance, which was always poor because I was always bored. So I grew up thinking I was dumb, ugly, worthless. Anyway, so luckily I married a man who is kind and loving and wonderful. And he grew up with a great self-esteem. I was a little jealous, actually. So he taught me, we had quite a few conversations growing up. And one of the, growing up, since we've been married 24 years. So yeah, growing up. And he made a comment to me one day. I was putting myself down, as always. And he made a comment to me and he said, honey, I would never allow anyone to talk about you like that. So you don't get to either. He stood up to me, refused to let me talk bad about myself, and said, I don't want you ever doing that in front of our children, please. And so it became a constant battle. Every day I had to think about talking bad about myself in front of our kids so that they would learn to do the same thing. Slowly, I started to come out of the habit of bad mouthing myself. However, I obviously wasn't hiding it as well as I thought, because we had a third child. He was a boy. And when we had two little girls first, they're a year apart, and they loved the mirror. How many of you have little kids who love the mirror? They would love the mirror. I actually had one down low because I just never put it up when we moved, and my kids fell in love with it. They'd play music, they'd dance in front of the mirror, these two little girls, and they loved it. Well, interestingly enough, when my son was born, we would put him in front of the mirror and he refused to look at it. And I had been taught, because we had an adopted child in the family who had some counseling, that a child who refuses to look in the mirror or doesn't like what they see has a low self-esteem. And I'm thinking, my child is like a year old. How can he have a low self-esteem? He can't even understand me yet. Like, what? And I'm praying about this going, why is my child, like, I would stand in front of a mirror with him and have him look in the mirror and he'd go like this. And I thought, oh my gosh, what's going on? So I prayed about it. What do I do? Do I need counseling? Why is my son, who doesn't even speak yet, refuse to look at himself in the mirror? And one day I got my answer. I'm walking by our living room mirror that's on the wall. I looked and I caught myself looking away and grimacing. And I realized in that moment, I was doing what my child was doing. He was copying me. He was watching that mom looks away in the mirror. So that's what he's supposed to do. And in that moment, I realized I needed to change my brain. I was not okay. So I started telling myself, I would walk by the mirror and go, hi. Like, I almost had to do it cheesy. I made it up as I went along. And I started going, oh, I like my hair today. And I decided to just try to find one thing every time I would look in the mirror and try to compliment myself. Slowly, I watched my children do the same thing. Very, very slowly, they started to go in and compliment themselves as they'd walk by. This is not cockiness, you guys. This is learning to appreciate themselves. So that was the beginning. Okay, we started doing that. It was a constant, conscious effort to compliment myself in the mirror, to start talking out loud about how I was proud I could do something. I started to out loud talk about things like, oh, look what I learned today. I didn't know I could do that. And I started to out loud verbalize my own accomplishments. And when I was surprised, or when I felt I looked better, or when I liked a new talent I had discovered, or I would learn something new alongside them, and I would have to say, oh my gosh, I didn't know I could do that. How fun it is to learn. And verbally started out loud doing this. Now, it did two things. Number one, it built my self-esteem. I started to actually believe what I was saying. And I stopped looking for the negative. I started looking for my own personal positives. Then I started to watch my children look for their own personal positives. And when they would say something negative about themselves, like, oh, I can't do that, I'm not smart enough, we would stop it and say, no. You are smart enough. Now tell me what you did right. I didn't try to do it for them because I didn't feel that would help. I tried to get them to find it themselves. No, try that again and put a positive spin, or give me 5 positive things about because you said one negative, you hurt yourself. Now do 5 positive things. So we were it's constant battle, you guys, constant. And it was a battle for me. My own husband had to start doing it. I started noticing how often he put himself down, and it became a family almost joke that we were constantly telling each other, oh, you said something negative about yourself. Now you have to say 10 things positive. And it became a game. But it's gotten to the point where my children don't talk negative about themselves very often. They're still human, but it has truly helped them to build. And so it's day by day, little steps. Now, I am a Christian woman, and I do pray. And when I get stuck, I ask for help. Well, I had a friend who challenged me to ask God, who am I? Now, I don't know if anybody of you've tried that before, but you go in prayer and you say, who am I? Why am I here? What am I doing? What do you need from me? Right? These are all great questions. But the word who am I? You are not ready for that answer. I will tell you, because here was my answer. And I knew it had to be on high because this was not a thought I could come up with on my own. And I was praying and praying and praying. And one day I'm sitting quietly and I'm thinking again, who am I? And the idea comes to my head. I can't tell you because you won't believe me. And I knew that was God talking to me saying, sweetheart, you got work to do. And that's when I realized my prayer had to change. Help me believe you. Help me believe. Help me to know. Help thou my unbelief. So slowly the answer came when you think of something positive about yourself, when you hear me say something good, when someone else tells you something good about yourself, choose to believe it. Just choose to believe it. So I had to do that next. Now I'm saying when somebody would say, oh my gosh, I love that you blah, 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 right? And usually we're like, no, thanks. But no, that's the wrong thing. You have to go, thank you, choose to believe it, try not to get rid of it, and move on. It's a simple thank you, choose to believe, move on. It's so hard to talk to people who are like, oh, no, that's not me. Oh, no. They're so miserable, right? So we need to get that out of our head. You need to be saying, thank you, believe it, move on. And what happens is slowly you start to believe who you are. God, Jesus Christ himself came down and he never once was like, yeah, I'm the savior. I know, but it's not that big of a deal. No, he was saying, I'm the son of God. I am here. This is who I am. And this is who we should be. If we're going to follow him, this is who we are. So raising children with a big self-esteem, big, great, confident, starts with mom, because everybody's watching mom. If you want your children to love themselves, you have to love what you see in the mirror. And it's not about changing your hairstyle. It's not about losing weight. It's not about love who you are today. It's about standing in front of a mirror, in front of your kids and being like, you know what? I like my smile. You know, I've got great ears. Pick whatever you got to pick and start there. And then every day pick something new about who you are. It doesn't have to be physical. I don't mean to make it all about physical. You can look in the mirror and be like, I like that I make my kids laugh. And that's okay. And you start. And that's why you need one of these gratitude journals, you guys. You should be taking one of these and then filling that in and just about yourself. I'm grateful for who I am. When God created the 10 commandments and one of those commandments is love thy neighbor as thyself, I do not believe he meant love them the way you love yourself. Because if that were happening, the way we hate ourselves and the way we've been taught to hate ourselves, this world would be a bigger mess. Or maybe that's why it's a mess. We need to learn to love ourselves and our neighbors. If we can learn to love ourselves, how much better would our children be? They will learn to love themselves. So raising a creative child, a confident child is not, there's no secret formula. It's about becoming confident in who you are as a woman, as a mother, as a wife, as just female, right? As a daughter. Slowly ask yourself, what am I good for? And answer your question and then believe it. And as you do that, your children will follow suit and copy who you are. Now, excuse me. Giveaway coming. Tell me how much time I have left here. I had another story in my head of my kids, but I have been amazed at just those little things when I was working on me. And what you'll find is your children will do better when you work on you. If you are forgetting about mom because you're educating your children, all your children see is mom doesn't do anything for herself. The most important thing you can do, the most important person in the family you can take care of is you. Now, here's how you do it, okay? Because I know what it's like to have 5 kids, homeschool, and have a million responsibilities on your head. And the best thing I have ever done for my kids is show them that they are valuable by proving I'm valuable. My children treat themselves like crap when I'm treating myself like crap. I have noticed that it is without doubt on the weeks where I'm just like, I'm in my pajamas, I've got a bun on my head, which is okay, by the way. But when I am just like, all my kids follow suit. So when get dressed and I'm ready for the day and I get moving and mom's going to learn math today, my kids will do it too. It's not about making them. It's about inspiring them. We are their inspiration. And I'm not saying this to overload you. Okay. It's not about, okay, now I got to inspire them. Then I got to, no. Get up in the morning, do something for you first thing. And if your kid's like, mom, yeah, you have babies. You're like, yep, that's fine, sweetheart. Come here. Mommy's going to do this for her first so she can do this for you next. And you slowly show them, because I don't want my daughters to believe that motherhood is a pain in the butt. I don't want my sons to think that women get married and become worthless. I want my children to believe that they are of value. And the only way they're going to get that is for me to believe I am of value. And they will follow suit. So it's about inspiration. And that just comes from plugging along every day. I'm not saying every day I've got a smile on my face and every day my hair and makeup's done. Guys, that's not the point. The point is, even when I'm like a mess and haven't showered for the day, I can still be positive about who I am, what I'm doing, what I'm learning, talking positive about, oh my gosh, you guys, look at this book I just read. My husband and I sat down and said, we need to educate ourselves out loud. So as we're seeing that our children were not falling in love with education the way we wanted, we realized we were not showing them education. You can't watch TV all day and expect your kids to want to learn. You've got to be learning. So we would do, oh, great question. So we would focus on our own education and then out loud talk about all the cool things we were learning and sharing with our kids. And we found that it inspired them to learn on their own, and it inspired them to learn what we were learning. So now I have a couple of entrepreneurs because I love business. I love entrepreneurship. And I talk out with my kids to the point where now my teenagers are like, Mom, can I help you make more decisions? They're here. They're involved. They're more involved than you have any idea in my homeschool village and what's going on. And we discuss things and they're learning as we go. And that to me is what it's all about, is raising children to be like you. They're going to be you. Whether you like it or not, they're going to follow your example. So make sure their example is worth following. And if you need help with that, that is also Inside the Village on how to do that and how to keep your children moving forward. We've just put together a video on how to raise successful children. It's actually like 20 videos. It's an entire course. It's almost done. It will be Inside the Village in the next few weeks as well. And I've gone in and I've taken all of these business books and progress and successful, and I've taken 20 things that all successful people have and do, and I've put it together for you to go through with your children on how to help your children do these things so that they can be successful, confident adults. And we have a whole course just on that inside my homeschool village. It's totally included for the membership, and it will be there for you very soon. So you can do it in little bites. You can practice it in little pieces. You're not going to take this all on in a year. You're going to take decades. But that's okay, because it's the progress that gives them that example. So you'll get there. How do we do this if the husbands don't model this behavior? Great question. You model the behavior. You can't change your husband. Here's what, okay, this is my lesson on this, okay? About 15 years ago, my sister and I were 18 months apart, have kids all the same age. We're best friends. We're on the phone with each other. We both just had our 5th baby. And we're talking about how miserable and heavy we are because we've just haven't lost the baby weight and we're tired. So we make a deal. Okay, whoever can work out the most between now and 6 months has to buy the other one a new pair of jeans. Great. So we start this little competition between the two of us. And during those 6 months, I take on exercise as a total habit. And I love it. And I fall in love. Well, so my husband and I work out a deal. He'll get the kids up in the morning. I go work out. I come home. He leaves for work. I start on the kids. So we started working that out so I could get out of the house in the mornings. So I got out, started out with a walk around the block. Over time, went a mile, then went 5, then started weightlifting, and it expanded, and I loved it. Well, I worked on my own. In the meantime, my husband's getting heavier and heavier, and that's okay. But he's getting more tired. Finally one day, and I was like, honey, you should come work out with me. And he's like, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. And I realized I was ragging on him. So I stopped talking about it. I just kept going. One day he turns to me and he goes, you have so much energy. I wonder if I worked out, do you think I could feel that way? I said, I don't know. Maybe you should try. So then we worked out a new deal. He goes at this time, I go at this time, and we were switching off so we could watch the kids. And within just a few months, he was energetic and he was more driven and he was more feeling better. And it was like, whoa. Well, then my kids are starting to grow up, but we don't say anything. Mom and dad just keep working out and keep working out. Within several years, I have a child she was 15 or 16 at the time. And she starts going, Mom, I'm tired all the time. I don't feel good. I'm like, I'm sorry, honey. This is what mom and dad do. And pretty soon she's at the gym and she's going with us. And now it becomes a bonding thing. And the three of us are, because the babies, the kids are old enough to be at home now. So the three of us are heading to the gym together and having a great time. Well, guess what? Child number 2 sees that we're all going to the gym together and he wants in. So we got him his $10 monthly pass. And now he's joining us at the gym. And now the 4 of us are talking about who can lift what and who's doing the most push-ups. And it becomes a total bonding experience. We've now got the 3rd child coming to the gym with us. And now we're all addicted. We're all gym rats. We all love it. But it started because mom had to start. And then years later, dad joined. And then years later, kid joined. And then another kid joined. And now it's like this new family fun thing that we do. But you have to, if your husband is not on board and will not help, you do it. I know it's terrible to have to be the one to be the example all the time, but we are made for this. This is who we are. He eventually will join you. Just hold on and keep going and he will see your progress. Think of your son as your first kid. Just keep showing by example. And there'll be times where you feel like, okay, I'm progressing and you're like hanging way back. He'll come up. He'll join you. He'll see your progress. He'll see who you are. He sees who you're becoming and he'll want a piece of that and he will join you. So just keep leading by example and hold on. Hold on. Any other questions? Does that help? That's another, and honestly, that's another way that we have raised creative, confident children. A child who takes on hard things grows confident. A child who fails often is confident because they learn that failure does not define them. They learn that just because this didn't work doesn't mean I can't try again. A child who's allowed to fail as often as possible will learn to solve problems and fix them and continue being okay with failure. A child who constantly conquers hard things will learn that they can do hard things and will keep doing more. Do not save your children from hard things or failure. That's the worst thing you can do. My husband will sometimes discourage me. How do you keep motivated? So yes, I have had the same problem. I find someone else to encourage me. There have been many things in my life where my husband and I did not agree, and he could be very discouraging. I've always been the glass isn't just half full. That glass is like totally full because there's air, and my husband's always like, yeah, but there's not that much water. We call him Eeyore. I'm Winnie the Pooh. He's Eeyore. That's how my kids define us. And so we have had many opportunities like that. And I would have to find a motivator outside of my husband. That's where friends are for. That's what my homeschool village is for. Heather and I motivate each other in business because sometimes our husbands get discouraged with us. I had a sister. My sister got me through the most discouraging times because she and I were working on it together and our husbands were like, stop it. They didn't like the sacrifices we were making because it was a reminder to them that they weren't making them, that they weren't having the same progress. So you just keep going. Find a motivator outside of your husband and let him be discouraging. If that's what he needs to do, eventually he'll come around. My husband has become a much more positive, loving person because I refuse to stop. Maybe that's not why, but one other thing, by the way, for those of you dealing, and this is like, I'm not a doctor, okay? This is just personal experience. Many of us, including our husbands, are low. Our hormones are a mess. Get your hormones tested. I am such a believer, you guys. I was sick for 4 years. Every 2 weeks, I would pick up something and be sick for a week. My husband was low motivated. We were struggling emotionally. And it turns out that I had no testosterone and neither did he. So I now have, they're called, what are they called? Anyway, I get hormone pellets put in my body every 3 months and he gets them every 6 months. And since the two of us have had our hormones regulated, we're both happier. We're getting a lot more done. We're more motivated. We're working out more. We eat better. Sometimes it is medical. Sometimes there is something chemical going on in your body that keeps you from being able to feel motivated. I am on antidepressants, you guys. I take 2 of them. I take a Lexapro and Wellbutrin. And I do that because without it, I don't do well. It runs in the family. So we take our medications, we take our antidepressants. I take hormone pills and help. We take magnesium. We are watching our, it's a constant battle with the way the world is done to our diets and making sure that your body is healthy. This is not a mind over matter. This is a make sure that you're using the right medicines for the right reasons, and then make sure that you're doing the right things for your body, for you and for them. And then you'll be easier motivated and driven. When I was low on testosterone, you guys, I couldn't care less what happened during the day. And I could stay in bed all day long and be perfectly happy with that. With my testosterone being proper, now I can't wait to see what the day can be. So there are hormonal issues. Don't go to a regular doctor, go to a hormone specialist. Just, sorry, that has nothing to do with homeschooling. But I do believe that as women, we have got to take care of ourselves first. And that includes making sure we have the right medications, making sure we're not, don't have anxiety and depression, making sure we are exercising and eating healthy, because we are the center of the family. It's like my husband says, if mom's not hungry, nobody's hungry. If mom's not healthy, nobody's healthy. If mom's not happy, nobody's happy. This is our job. It's hard, but that's why we have my homeschool village, so we can all do it together, you guys, all of us together. Okay, mom kit. So here's what we got coming up, you guys. Check this out. You get a t-shirt, that Stronger Together notebook. That's a journal. That is a woman saying homeschool warrior. That's a sticker. And then you get a water bottle with the Mom Squad on it. Now, when these come out, these are just we have not actually printed these yet. They're coming. They won't be identical to this. I'm working on finding the right printer to get us this pack. But this pack will come in our ultimate Homeschool Village membership that will be launching next month. It'll be automatically part of the program, but we are going to do a giveaway today for somebody to get the whole pack, the Mom Squad, the Homeschool Warrior sticker that you can put on anything, your car, whatever, the Stronger Together journal for just you, and that t-shirt. Now remember, this is for you. This is for mom. These are not for your kids. They get everything else in this program. This is for you. So we'll do a drawing on this. You'll get the whole pack. We are, as Heather talked about in hinted to, there are huge changes coming to my homeschool village. We are upping our game so that you can up yours. So here are some of the things coming. Okay, we've got before we had education.com, and they had some educational games in there, and we really didn't know you guys would fall in love with those so much when we dropped education.com, because they weren't up to our level of education that we really wanted. And we discovered that, yeah, they had great educational games, but to be honest, they were more entertaining. We started out with ABC Mouse and Reading Eggs. And you know what we found? They were more entertaining than educational. There was education in there, but we were unsatisfied with the level of education we were getting from them. And so we're not with them anymore. Here's where we're adding into my homeschool village. I am currently talking with multiple programs and apps, learning apps that don't just entertain your children, but they increase their IQ. They're games that as they're playing, they are literally making them smarter by going through these games. And it literally, if these children are using these apps, their IQ will grow. I've been playing with them. I love it. We love to do it as a family. My daughters and I were like, oh, did you get that question? And it's become a new fun game. They're educational apps, and we are putting those into the new membership coming up. There was a question in there. I have a question, but I didn't see what the question was. Cheyenne, I have a question. Am I supposed to pause, Heather? So that's one of the things we're adding into my homeschool village. Now, right now, the current homeschool village price is 1/3 of what it's going to be in 1 week, because we are adding so much. The price will go up to $97 per child per month. And it will no longer be a cancel anytime. You will be locked in for the year. So you can pay up for the full year, or you can pay monthly. It's up to you, but it will be locked in. You will have an entire year. You will have to pay for the full year, because what we're finding is too many people are jumping in and out, and they're not committing. And if you don't commit to the education, you're not going to receive one. Our program in my homeschool village is not a toe in, toe out, and wow, my kids are going to learn. If you don't have your kids in here for a full year, you will not see progress. So we are locking in our families in there so that you can see the progress in your kids. This is an investment in their education. We're going to include those games that will actually not just entertain your children and keep them out of your hair, but will increase their IQ in the meantime. The program will be completely movable. I don't know about you guys, but when we traveled with teaching or with textbooks, we couldn't travel. It was like, oh, shoot. We'd go somewhere, we'd do an hour drive. We like to go around and see things, and we could only get the work done when we were at home with the books and the things that we had. So education was in one place. We're in the real world now, you guys. We now have education while we're waiting for the doctor, in the car on the way to see someone. Do you know how fun it is to get your education done on the way to a lake to go play? Life's great. Your children can literally get most of their work done in the morning on their way to having fun. So this is what part of the other thing is. Everything will be able to accomplish on a laptop or on a phone or on an iPad, which is why in August, once they start, a Chromebook will be included with that yearly contract. Okay. People who sign up in August will automatically get a Chromebook with their sign-up price of $97 per child. We will be giving discounts for multiple children, so don't panic. After the year is up, will the price go up? Hopefully not. Our goal is to keep it as long as possible. Now, we do sadly have inflation, and we will try to keep as low as we can on that inflation. But I can't promise at this point because we're paying for all these programs, and we don't know that if our prices go up. We will stay as low as we can, though. I promise you this, we will always give you the best price we can possibly give. You can get your own Chromebook now. If you buy right now before August 1st, you can get the $35 per child price or $97 per family of 3 or more. And if you pay for the year in advance, we throw in a Chromebook. Or you can buy the Chromebook on your own. Is the intention to use My Homeschool Village rather than buying a physical curriculum? Yes. Yes, it is. The whole point is that we are actually providing like 10 curriculums inside one. Because what works for one of your children isn't going to work for your other kids. I rebought a curriculum for every single child. I would buy one and my first child would thrive and would do so well. And then I'd give it to the second one and she would not wrap her head around it. And I'd be like, crap. And I have to go buy another program for that child. And then the next child came along and it didn't work for him because he was a totally different learner. We've solved that problem for you. We have put it all into one. You pay the one. And then now your child, maybe for 5 years, they really only like this. And in year 6, all of a sudden they don't like this style. They like this style. We got it all in there. So we've got videos, we've got games, we've got unit studies. If you want to just do unit studies, for those of you who don't know what a unit study is, for example, we have you know how there's dates in the year and it's like, it's January 24th, it's chocolate day. And then you go in, we have a unit study for chocolate day. And what they do is they go in and they have a math and a history and a science and everything all revolved around chocolate day. And they're going to make chocolate. They're going to eat chocolate. They're going to find the history of chocolate, the science of chocolate. And it's all put in there for all of your age groups. And we've done that. Heather has done that for every day of the year. Every day of the year. You could literally just use the unit studies and educate your children fully for years to come. So we have that in there. We have online programs, study.com, Creative Bug, Type C, and Starfall. That's so that you can go in and do anything as you go along, right? You've got it on your iPads or on your Chromebooks, and your kids can do that anywhere they are. The world's big. Our children aren't in school. We don't have to stay home. Don't stay home. Go play. Go see the world and bring your homework along. I'm already a member. Will my membership go up after my year is up? No, it won't unless you want to upgrade. So we are coming up with a program. There'll be multiple levels for those of you. So a lot of you are like, well, I'm buying all this, but I only need this. And so we are creating a multiple level. So if you only need this, you can buy this. If you want to add this on, you can. We're working on that right now so that you can buy what you need and add on what you'd like. So that will be coming up. But for those of you locked in right now, what is in there is yours. It's access. We're going to put study.com in there. We got a couple more things. It's yours. And if you want to stay there for 5 years, that's fine. We are going to have the new platform, and those who want to upgrade can if they'd like, or you can stay where you're at and keep access to everything you want. How that exactly is defined, we're not sure yet, because we're still working on the new platform and we're still learning how much is in there. And as we're discovering what this program can do for us, this online like setup, we're amazed, and our brains are going, wait, we could do this for them. Wait, we could do this for them. Oh my gosh, we could provide this now. And that's why we're moving over. So, we are working on that for you. So I'm sorry we don't have more details. I would say lock in the price now if that's what you want to do. And then you won't get a free Chromebook unless you pay for the year in advance, but you're still going to get almost everything until we build those gold and silver. So we'll have a bronze, a silver, a gold, and a platinum membership. And then you can decide where you want to be. And then we'll have the general, which are those of you who bought earlier. But right now, even right now, we have everything you need to educate your children. Everything. You don't need to buy a curriculum if you join My Homeschool Village. Are the extra courses a monthly fee or one time? Yeah. Once you buy it once, it's yours. So yeah, what are we doing? Are we doing a drawing for the mom kit giveaway? At the end of this, we're doing a whole Chromebook, guys. So make sure you stick around. Hi.
Hey. So yes, I'm going to do a drawing. I put the link up there. Everybody that is inside of there will be in the drawing. So they need to go to that link, fill out the information, and then you are going to actually talk about something else here in a minute. I need to find my notes while I am gathering the info and doing the drawing. So
okay, what am I talking about?
2 minutes. So they have 1 more minute to go to that link.
Hurry.
And then you'll talk, and then I will do the drawing. The link is, if you look at the bottom of the screen, there's a link, and somebody also put it in the chat.
Christina, yeah, thanks, Christina.
So we can do that. We've had a couple more questions about the courses. Do you want to talk about that now, or do you want to do that later? Because that was actually, I'm the planner. And that was going to be later. So I'm a little thrown off right now. So that's okay. I don't care if you keep talking about it now. Let me just rearrange a few things. Christina, could you put that link in there again, please, for me? And were we going to try to bring Anne back on to talk about the events, or do we want to you already kind of covered it?
I'd love to have her back if she can. I just know she was cutting out. So
okay. So while I'm giving people a couple more minutes, Christina just put the link inside of the chat. So I'm going to let you guys do that. You have 1 more minute, guys, and Becky is going to cover. Why don't you go over what we actually have, like the homesteading, when you go live, all of our lives, that kind of thing, while I'm getting this worked out.
Wait, what we have in the membership, or did you want me to talk college?
Oh no, that's later.
Oh, see, I don't have the list in front of my face, guys.
No, I know, it's my fault. So the lives, like you go live on Tuesdays, usually inside the village, like the list of when people go live.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, you're smart. You think of what to say. You're good at talking.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I can talk. No, we have, and the problem is I don't have the list of when the lives are in my head memorized because they changed and then I forgot. So we do though have lives. So inside Mighty Networks, make sure you have the app Mighty Networks. Then you type in My Homeschool Village. Then you log in, and once you're logged in, it works like any other social media app, and it'll tell you when we're talking in there, what's going on. You can ask questions. You can talk to me privately. You can talk to Heather privately. You can talk to Anne, Steve, whatever. You can go in and talk to people privately. You can join the groups that are inside by state, by interest. It's all broken up in there. So Monday lives, we have Lori, and I think we moved her. Lori, did you move? Anyway, we have a live for Lori if you're in the pre-K kindergarten program. Anne goes live as homesteading, I believe, on Monday. And she goes in and answers questions, and you can come and talk to her. I go live on Tuesdays. It's 1 o'clock Mountain Time, so 3 o'clock Eastern Time. And come in. We do giveaways on Tuesday. We have a great time. One time, I think we even planned out a whole village on how we were going to make my homeschool village local, and who was going to do what. And then and we do giveaways and we answer questions and we help with coaching in there. Wednesday nights, Heather comes live and helps you with any of your tech issues or co-op issues. Homeschooling issues, anything you need in there as well. And then Thursday, I believe, is Lori. And then we do not do a Friday because we found that nobody showed anyway. So we keep working on trying to get our kids together. Bethany comes. When does Bethany come? Bethany is not in here today. It helps us with our special needs children. She grew up with a mother who was a specialist with special needs and then had 3 of her own children with special needs. And Bethany comes in and helps with your special needs issues. I'm trying to remember when she comes on. I'm thinking Thursday as well, but it's in the village. You can look under events. When you get in the menu, look under events. You'll see all of the lives.
It's on Thursday.
Okay.
She's moving from New York to Ohio right now, so we put that on pause for the summer. So hopefully, hopefully, come August, she'll be ready to go and do that again. And she's going to come in and do our special needs stuff. We've got her in there for that too, but I'm just trying to get her moved before we put any more stuff on her.
Okay. Well, Molly will start coming live once a week as well. She's going to come in and do some live free coaching inside the group for our diets and our eating habits and our hints. And we haven't solidified a time for her yet. She's in a play. And so when her play's over, we will solidify a weekly time for her to come in live as well so she can help out with those. And we try to record those and post them. Sometimes we forget. It's okay to remind us, but we do post those lives back in when you miss them. Speaking of, I better do that. So this here is being recorded and you will get access to it. So you can go back and watch and even share it or whatever. So don't worry, whatever you miss here, we will also record for your benefit. Okay, Heather. What did you want me to talk about? Do you want me to talk about the course? Do you have any questions for me that I need to talk about? Am I talking about what's in the course right now other than the live? So we've got, okay, get ready. This is a list and I'm going to forget a bunch because we literally have more than you're ever going to need. Literally. So we've got, let's start with study.com. They're on their way. They'll be all loaded up and ready to go within the next week or so. Study.com is our new absolute favorite educational platform, specifically for the upper grades, junior high, high school. Really good. It even has some college credit courses, which will be part of the Platinum program. But you can, when you get into study.com, you'll be able to get assessments for your kids, find out where they're at. The program will then recommend certain courses and classes for those children according to their assessment. And then your child can either go in and just follow along, or you as a parent can go in and customize that. Now, the videos, like IXL was like, okay, here, practice these things, but it didn't teach much. Study.com teaches first. So study.com is going to have a small video. They try to keep them short, 5 minutes or less, teach a concept, practice the concept, test the concept, move on. And it's beautiful. I put my kids on it to test them. And I didn't even tell them what was going on. I'm like, guys, try this and try this. They're my little test guinea pigs. They loved study.com. They're like, wow, that was easy, Mom. And I actually got to learn something first. And which is why we got rid of IXL. IXL wasn't teaching, it was practicing. And we, as moms, guys, yes, I'm a homeschool mom, but I like to call myself more of an education manager. I don't teach all my kids everything. I look for the right resources to teach my kids everything. Okay. The modern homeschool mom doesn't do it all herself. The modern homeschool mom finds the right resources, and that's what we've done for you. So you hook your kids up to the right study.com according to their age, their levels, and then they just go along. They log in and they do their schoolwork. Then they can go into, when they're ready for really good art or life skills, they use the creativeblog.com. That's also inside My Homeschool Village. For the children under the age of 5th grade who are learning to read and write, we recommend Starfall first. Study.com's pre-K, first, second grade isn't as great as their junior high and high school, though they're working on it. So we prefer this Starfall for the younger ages, those pre-K through like 3rd to 4th grade. And then they can start shifting over between 4th and 6th grade. And as always, it depends on the child. And then we have, what am I missing? Typesy. Typesy.com is your handwriting. It has, we're almost ready for the giveaway. It has your vocabulary, spelling, typing, computer science, how to write a resume. It has a whole college program in there. Both mom and child can use it. There's some stuff in there. I've actually been learning to teach myself some cool things. And so my kids and I will have like typing competitions and stuff. It's really fun. And all of those are in there. They're all ad-free. They're all totally safe. We make sure that they're not teaching the wrong things. Like, in my opinion, anything sex ed is none of your dang business. And that's my job to teach my kids. And so we don't have anything like that. And we make sure those programs don't have that in there. I do believe there was one course in study.com that does, and you are welcome to block whatever you want, or even let them do it if that's what you want to do, things like that. Okay, let's do a giveaway. We are giving away the mom pack. That's the t-shirt, the journal, the sticker, and the water bottle for mom only. Do not share with your kids. If I could give away a massage, I would. If I could give away a massage and a facial, that would be my dream, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So we're going to give away the t-shirt pack, the mom pack. Let's see who's going to get this one. Who gets it, Heather? And click. We're all going to believe that there's a spinning wheel in there somewhere because we can hear it but not see it. There it is. Michelle, you just won the whole mom pack. And it may not look exactly like that. We'll have to email you because we need your t-shirt size. But we will get you that mom pack. And it's just for you. No sharing. Some things just have to be not shared with people. Right? It's like a toothbrush. You just shouldn't. So we will send that to you right away. Make sure you get us. I guess we'll email you, or anyway, Heather will handle that. So congratulations. That'll be fun. Okay. Coming up, we're going to talk about, are we talking college and transcripts yet? Not yet. Tell me when, Heather. College and transcripts. Okay. All right. We have a planner for this, by the way. So I know that many of you are worried about getting your children into college while homeschooling. We get this question probably more than anything else, is how do you get your children into college and how do you do high school transcripts? Okay. Let's start backwards a little bit before we do this. Number one, okay. Study.com now keeps records of everything you're going to do and will keep transcripts for you. Ta-da! There you go. If you need those transcripts. However, I have never needed a transcript for my kids. Here's what happened. Okay. I have 3 children now, all who have done not done senior years. I have 5. I have an 11 and 14-year-old who are still at home homeschooling. And then my oldest when it was time for senior year, she was being homeschooled. She was doing like a combo of a charter school, and she was doing her electives there. And then she was doing at home the things that, the readings, the writings, the math, the have-tos, right? Well, at the end of her junior year, she's like, Mom, I'm done. I don't want to go back to that high school with the electives. I don't want to do what we're doing anymore. I'm bored. I want more. And so we started looking into programs in the area, and she decided she wanted to be a massage therapist. She loves natural healing. She loved all things like that. So we found a massage therapy school she could go to locally that would teach her everything she wanted to know. And so for 1 year, she went to massage therapy school. Now, when I got there, we applied for her, the first thing, the owner, they told me she can't come in. She doesn't have a diploma. And I fought back. So I said, yeah, she's a homeschooler. She doesn't need a diploma. And not to mention that would be a year away, even if she were to do one. So what else do you have for me? And they're like, yeah, we don't really know what to do with this. So I said, give me the name of the owner. I'll call him. So we connected. I got him to call me. We had a conversation. I explained to him what homeschooling was. I said, look, my child's been homeschooling. There is no diploma. She doesn't have he's like, well, then send me her grades and test grades. There are no test grades. She's just we were kind of unschooling. And I didn't have any records to show her other than electives from a charter school. So he was like, well, I need something. I said, look, she's a 17-year-old who's smart enough to know that high school is below her and she wants to move on in her life. She would like to be in your program. What do I need to do to get her there? Now, remember, it's a business still. They were perfectly happy taking our money. So we signed up. We got the monthly payments planned. But he said, I told him, I said, I'll make you a promise. You give her one chance. You give her one chance in the year. I promise you she'll be your best student. And if she at all causes any issues because of her immaturity, you let me know and we'll pull her. Or I said, or you're going to find out that homeschool students are really cool and you want more of them. And now you have an offering for seniors. He was like, all right. So we talked. Like, I had to really convince this guy. He was sure that homeschoolers were idiots. So we talked. He let her in. He goes, the problem is she has to be working on bodies and she's underage. I said, okay, but as a parent, I'm signing this off. She'll graduate. She'll be 18 by the time she graduates. He's like, okay, as long as she is 18 before she graduates, we'll let this happen. Fine. So we put her in. She did great. She's probably one of the best students there. She even said she learned better than everybody else because she loved it. She hadn't been taught the wrong ways to learn. So she was top of her class, graduated, moved on, married, has a child now. Okay. Child number 2 decides the same thing. At 17 says, Mom, I don't want to do a senior year. This is ridiculous. I want to move on. I said, fine, but you're going to have to, what do you want to do? I want to go to college. Okay. You're going to have to apply for yourself because I don't know how to do this as a homeschool mom. She's like, okay. So she calls the university she wants to go to. She says, hey, I'm a homeschooler. How do I get in? The lady goes, hold on. Let me get you the lady who works with homeschoolers. She transfers over. The woman says, oh, I'll help you do that. My daughter and this woman worked it out. She's like, send me any transcripts you do have of courses you've taken. So she sent the electives, the transcripts of the electives she took at a high school, which were straight A's because they were all electives. And they were like, oh, this is great. Okay. Well, she didn't have to do an ACT. So it was COVID. So she had no ACT to put in, but they'll ask for an SAT or an ACT. Sometimes they're even getting rid of those. And then she talked to the admittance group and they walked her through it and she got in. No transcripts, it was more like, give me what you got. She went to college. She's now in Peru on a mission, and she's a missionary in Trujillo, Peru, and doing great. She'll be home in a year. So child number 3, same thing. Guys, at 16 and a half, he's like, I'm not doing a senior year, Mom. Fine. So he will also be serving a mission in a year. That's what he wants to do. So until then, he's got 1 year to figure out what he wants to do with his life. He decided, so we sat down and wrote down a list of things he wants to do as an adult. What are skills you want to learn as an adult? And he's like, Mom, I want to learn how to cook. Well, I've been trying to teach him to cook, by the way, just so you know. I've been trying. He doesn't want to learn from me. Fine. So we found a tech school, a culinary arts school. He starts in a week. He's going to go to culinary arts. It's a 12-week program. He's in 12 weeks. I think it'll cost us $1,000 total, which he will pay for by getting through a job. He's going to do culinary arts. He's going to learn to cook. His future wife will love me. And then he's going to go on his mission. He'll come home and he wants to start a business. And he's going to learn how to be an entrepreneur. And I will hook him up with the right courses he needs to be able to do that. He has no interest in college. That's fine. There are a million other ways to make money and to support a family. And that's what we keep telling him. As long as you can support a family nicely. And we're not just like support. We're like comfortably. We do require that our children can support themselves comfortably, which means they're not driving broken down cars, which means they can buy a comfortable house in a safe neighborhood. Okay. And those are the things that we're helping our children do. Now, that being said, okay, it depends on your college. You need to call the college you think your child will go to and ask them what a homeschooler is required to provide. It will depend from college to college. If you need transcripts, we have a planner. Okay, I think we call it the homeschool transcript, all in one planner. It's everything. Heather created this planner. It's for those of you who have got to have it all written down, who need to know everything at every time, who want to see all of it in one place. It's got everything. It is the homeschool planner on steroids, and we'll give you everything you need. And then if you keep track of your kids' weeks, it will be your transcripts. However, because of study.com, anything they do inside study.com, you can just print out, hand in, and you'll be fine. Any questions on this? College and transcripts. So do you need transcripts? Depends. Where are your children going to school? I have never met a homeschooler that didn't get into the college of choice without ever. Well, okay. One kid I know was between Harvard and Stanford, and I think Harvard was his first choice, but he only got into Stanford. So poor kid. So it just depends on where your children want to be. And my husband is a college graduate. He's an engineer. He works for NASA. He's a very happy man, loves his career. I believe that college is vital for those who need it for their career, a surgeon, a lawyer, an engineer. However, some children are entrepreneurs or tradesmen, and that's their happy place. And it's okay to do that. What we have our children do is sit down and write down when they start telling us, I want to be this when I grow up. We sit down and write out, okay, let's look at your future life. Number one, what will it cost to get this education? Okay, it's an investment. Education is not something you pay for and hope it works on the other end. It's an investment. Check out your prices ahead of time. What are you going to pay for your education? We paid 60 grand for my husband's education, but he made that in his first year. So paid for it. Okay. Are you going to, what is your day going to look like when you're doing this? If you want to be a stay-at-home mom homeschooling your kids as a future mom, what can you do if you have to support your family from home while homeschooling? What skills go along with that? How can you? So we sat down with our second daughter who loves all things mechanical. She would love to own her own mechanic shop and loves to take apart cars and loves coding, all those things. And we sat down with her and she had a list. She's like, I want to be a mechanic. So we said, okay, what's it going to cost for you to be a mechanic? What is the atmosphere like? What are your hours? What is your pay? Okay, so you're going to spend this many hours away from your kids to make this much money to be able to. And we did that with every idea she had. We didn't tell her good or bad. We didn't try to discourage or encourage anything. We just sat down and wrote out the realities. This job costs this much to get, will pay you this much, will cost you this many hours away from your family. This job costs this much to get. Oh, shoot. Sorry, you still there? I lost you. Decline. Sorry, I had a phone call come in and it screwed with my computer. Okay. And so we sat down and wrote it all out for her. And when we were done, she goes, oh, I see. And she could weigh it. This job costs me this much, but makes this much. This one costs me this much, but makes this much. This one requires this many hours, but makes this much. And this one requires this many hours and makes this much. And she wrote it out. And by the time we were done, she sat down and said, okay, I want to do this career because it allows me to stay home with my children, make money from home. And it makes more money with the least amount of investment. And that's how we chose. And that's how she's chosen her career. And we've done that with all of our children. And it's been a very, very neat experience to see them write this out. I don't know why they don't do this in the public school system. I just think it's like this big conspiracy to just shove all these kids into college without any kind of vision or knowledge. That's just ridiculous. Sit down. I don't see questions yet, Heather. Show me the questions. Sit down and spell this out for your children. Then work backwards. If your child is mechanical mind, they want to be a mechanic. Great. What's the next level? Can they own a mechanic shop? Okay, now you need business and mechanic knowledge. Do they want to, there are ways to take something that will make small amounts of money and turn it into a big money maker if you know what to do. And these are all things that we can work on in my homeschool village. It's as we work on our entrepreneurship course, which eventually we will have an entrepreneur for kids in there. These are all skills that we will work on inside my homeschool village. Comment your question. Oh, you're talking to them. Comment your questions, not me. Sorry. What questions do you have about college, transcripts, how to get your children in, any worries that you have in getting your child into college? Heather has 2 in college as well. Is it 2? She has 1 in college in Purdue who's doing beautifully. And now Heather was very good at doing the transcripts. And that's the planner you have, by the way. The what she used to track her children and their learning and what they do for her state in Indiana. That's the planner that she is providing that we are that is in there as well to get. I'm trying to remember. It's a different planner. We gave you the one with the loop schedule. This one is different. This one is something for those of you who really need everything written down and planned out. That's not me. I am not the planner. Okay. Any of you who say I can't homeschool because I'm not organized. Okay. That's okay. I've been homeschooling 20 years and I still can't figure out how to organize. She's on the Purdue Dean's list, already has her associate's degree. See, this is, so we, and that was her keeping track on that transcript planner that we have. So it's totally doable. You can do that. Colleges love homeschoolers, you guys, love them. Homeschoolers do not have the same requirements to get into college that public schoolers have. They literally put us on a different list for comparison. The public schooler is competing against millions and millions and millions of child for this many spots. A homeschooler is actually only competing against other homeschoolers. They save so many spots. So, and they like us because they say homeschoolers are generally self-driven. They have better grades. They do better because they're there because they want to, not because that's just the next step. So colleges actively seek out homeschoolers. So don't think that that's going to hurt you. It actually gives you a step up. What do you include in your transcript? Subjects, class title, quarter semester. Yeah, so basically just the classes you took and how well you did on them. So if you've got, so biology and how you did, and science, or because it's broken down, right? Science has like 20 of them. You write down the class, the course, and what it is. Now, know this, study.com. Guys, I'm highly recommending, if you are not already in My Homeschool Village, get in there, because study.com is known. Their credits generally move over. Most colleges take the credits of study.com. So write down whatever you've been doing and then switch them over to study.com and let them take care of it, because they are so well known now across the nation that colleges are accepting study.com transcripts. So if that becomes an issue, you're in. So if you're looking for like a guarantee, make sure that my junior high schooler knows everything they need, make sure you're a part of the village and you're getting the study.com. Now you can do it on your own. Just know that you can go to study.com, sign up by yourself, do it. You're going to spend more than you would with us. But you know, if you don't need everything we have, that's fine. You can go over there on your own, or you can do it in our group and get our special discounts and our special prices. Study.com also has, how many credit hours? Like 2,000 credits or something. Credit hours, I'm trying to remember, for college, and most universities accept their credits. Now, this will not be part of the basic membership in My Homeschool Village. Those courses are much more expensive because you literally get college credit, but a lot less expensive than an actual university. So that will be part of our upgrade. You can go in and upgrade, but we're looking at around $300 a month for those. But you get 2 classes per semester at $300 a month. It might be, don't hold me on that price because I can't remember for sure. But are there any special financial aids or scholarships that are aimed towards homeschoolers? Great question. So you can find them. My Homeschool Village will be starting to fund one. That is actually one of our ultimate goals. It won't be this year. It might take us another year or two, but we are working on creating scholarships for homeschoolers, because honestly, those are the hardest thing to get, are scholarships, because you have no grades to show your senior year unless you can find a scholarship that will take those. They're growing, they're becoming more. But what I found is one semester, my child took one semester she was at BYU, Idaho, and after one semester qualified for all kinds of scholarships. So she just had to get in. Once she got in and got a semester, we paid, I think we did Pell Grants and something like that to get her that first semester. And then, or I think we did, I can't remember, loans. Anyway, and then the next semester she got scholarships. So you'll be surprised how quickly they can get those scholarships. In just a semester they can apply, and they're in. Especially because a lot of kids stop applying after that first semester. So there's a lot of open scholarships going unclaimed. But yeah, there are some, but you might just have to wait the first semester to get them in. And then, yeah, I'm repeating myself. Okay. Does transcript deals with middle homeschoolers? No, you do not. I think you're talking about junior high. It doesn't even count till 9th grade. You don't even need anything till 9th grade, guys. Don't worry about your kids. Anything till 9th grade. Could kids earn any degrees or career type certificates on study.com? I believe that's a good question. I need to look into that further. We just discovered their college program, and we're like, what? We liked them before the college program. So we are still working on, nursing and teaching. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Heather. See, nursing and teaching. I guess so. I know that it's more of like a get your first 2 years of college out of the way so you can go and study what you want, like your basics, your generals, I think. Okay. Questions? No? Did I not cover something?
You're fine. I know.
Okay. Where are we at?
Okay. So we can take some more questions on this, but we're starting to run out of time. And this next giveaway, because it's really big, so I forgot to tell Becky that we're giving away more than just the laptop for this one.
Oh.
Yeah. So, because I like to be the favorite, so
yeah.
I'm going to give more away. So because we're giving more away, so we'll do the laptop, we're going to do the thumb drive. I'm going to come up with another t-shirt, I think. And then like maybe a couple of other things, because we didn't go over like the command center or any of that stuff. Like those types of things could be included. So this one is a big one. So this one, you actually get 15 minutes. Actually, no, not 15. I'm going to give you, it shouldn't take you more than 8 minutes.
You're talking about them or me?
Them, which means you get 8 minutes to go get some more water.
Okay, because I'm out of water, my throat's drying out.
I'm not too, well, I'm out.
Oh.
So we're going to get some water. You guys have some tasks that you need to do. One is actually a game that you're going to play. It's a trivia game. And then I will take the top 5 people from that and I'll put it in. And then the other is you have to actually do some assignments, meaning you have to go to Instagram and comment on a post. You have to find out where we are in the village and comment on a post there. And there's some other things. So you have about 8 minutes to do all of that, but that is only because you're going to have to work for this one because it's going to be a big one. Okay. So you good with that, Becky?
Oh yeah. That sounds fun. Can I do it?
What?
I want to do it. Okay.
Well, you're shipping it. So, I mean, you can, I don't care.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to play a video here in just a second. That's going to show you guys what to do. Okay.
All right. See you in 8 minutes.
Well, that didn't work right. Give me just a second. Let me put up the trivia game. Let me find it. So I was up until like 1:30 doing this for you guys. So give me a second. I have to find it now. Sorry. I try to be all really cool and like techie, but obviously I'm not. Where's it at? Okay. I need somebody to come on here. Christina, do we participate at all if we do not have Instagram? Yeah, you can still participate. It's really cool. So while I am working on how to get you guys started, Anne, will you please be my lifesaver here? Please. Thank you. Tell them something, Anne.
All right, we had a couple questions about the difference in the homesteading course versus the purchase part of it. Yes, homesteading is included in the membership, as in when I come up on live on Monday, answering questions and all of that. And also we have a basic, just kind of general thing. What you're buying is the more in-depth, the 20 years of me following around my grandfather and all of the ins and outs of canning and just the almost like going to college to homestead. So yeah, you can do the basic within the membership and just learn little stuff here and there. But if you're really wanting to learn the lifestyle, that is the stuff that I'm putting together in as just more in-depth courses. Another thing, we do have a summer kids camp that we do on Thursdays. We've been doing them at 4 p.m. This upcoming Thursday or Tuesday, so 2 days from now, we actually are going to be doing space, which is going to be talking about landing on the moon. And then in August, we're going to do at the zoo. We're going to do day where we actually are going to learn how to do a solar oven and other fun things like that. So that is on Thursdays that we go live, and we've made ice cream by bags and all kinds of fun stuff. So is there any other questions you guys have for me?
So this is the very first game. I'm putting it up here, guys. All right, I got to get you a code to enter. So when I practiced this yesterday, it was so smooth. Everything worked perfectly. And then I go today and it's not working. So there is a code you have to enter to play this game as well. Let me get there. So I believe the code is AJJWI. Let me double check. Anne, are you going to play too? Is she frozen? Yep. So the code,
No, I'm good.
the trivia,
Go for it.
Okay, the trivia game code is AJJWI. So there's, all right, you guys in? There's 6 players so far. Okay. So it looks like some people are playing. All right. So Anne, how are you doing today? Are we good? Good.
Enjoying the fun.
Whew. It's been a long day. Okay, Bethany, hurry up and get in on the, this is the grand prize. The code is on the screen. Go to crowd.live/AJJWI. AJJWI is the code to get in. Let me see how it's going here. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me when you guys are done with this game. So far, let me see who's winning here. Rankings, let me see. So far, whoever 888WY is winning. Let me see if I can share that screen. Okay. We still have a few more people. Bethany, need to hurry up. Okay, you see the timer right here? You have 1 minute left on that. Okay, so if you are not able to get in, I want you to leave your name inside the chat box. Just say not in, and then I'm gonna go ahead and add you. Those, I'm gonna add you as a courtesy. Okay, well, so my thought was most people would have this on their phone. Maybe that's just because I have like 3 computers in my office and my phone, and I am surrounded by tech. So just go ahead and put in not me, and I'll know that you weren't able to get in, and then I will add you in, okay? I will add you into the thing. So I guess I can go ahead and let me see if I can show you who's winning here. Let me find it again. Can you see this? All right. Let me go to the questions if I can. What is My Homeschool Village's Instagram name? Who can tell me what that is on here? What is our name on Instagram? How many grandchildren does Becky have? Do you need a diploma as a homeschooler? Sorry, this is way more fun last night when I was playing by myself. But this is really just a way for Becky to have a little bathroom break and get a drink. So hang in there with me, guys. Yes, My Homeschool Village Society. Good job, guys. Tamika, no, you do not need a diploma. Let's see what other questions we had on there. Who runs our events in the group? Anne, Heather, Lori, or Becky? Who runs our events? And Anne runs our events. Good job, guys. Next question. Let's go to the next question. Did I already ask you how many grandkids? Who makes square hamburgers? Wendy's, McDonald's, or Burger King? Who makes square hamburgers? Wendy's, McDonald's, or Burger King? I'm going to take the correct answers and I'm going to tally them up here in a bit for the giveaway. Let me see. Questions. It's not letting me look at the questions. Okay. How many hours does a first grader need to do lessons? How many hours? 1 to 2, 3 to 4, or 8? What do you think? How many hours does a first grader need? 1 to 2, 3 to 4, or 8 hours a day? Where does Heather live? Indiana, Utah, or Virginia? Where does Heather live? Indiana, Utah, or Virginia? Can you guys see that? I'm gonna take me off. Nope. Let's go back to where I was. Here we go. Okay, let's see what our rankings are. We're going to see who the winner is. 88WY. Oh, whoa, hold on. A new winner just came in. Tara. Tara just now answered. All right, we have Tara, 888WY, Crystal W, Stephanie, and Yolanda. You 5 are going to be added to the giveaway. Congratulations. I'm going to make note of that. Get you down here. Okay, good job, guys. I'm trying to get back to you. Here we go. Okay, so I've got those people, and I've got the people that have commented over here. I'm going to add you to my little spinny wheel thing. Now, the next part is you have to do up your test. So you're going to have to leave here, come back, leave and come back. If you can't, just do it both from here. I would suggest opening up a new window if you're on your computer and doing these tasks, or use your phone. But first I have to find where I'm at here. Let me see. Let me find it. Sorry, guys. That's not it. On the image inside of the village. Can you hear me now? Yeah, that jazzy music. You get 25 entries to win the grand prize by going to the village and typing in yes, MHSV on the image that is inside the village. So open up a new screen and hop over there and then answer yes, MHSV. It is posted right now. Any questions? Yes, Ryan, we're still playing. So to get 25 entries to win the grand prize, you need to go into the village and type yes, MHSV on the image. All right, once that is done, I'm gonna put the link inside the chat for the next part of the giveaway. You need to nominate a friend to win a t-shirt. So for every friend that you nominate, you both get an entry. They do not have to be on the live. So nominate a friend to win. If you win, then your friend will win something as well. If you have questions, go ahead and ask. Becky.
I'm here.
Hey, did you get my Voxer?
No.
Okay.
Missed call. Sorry.
That's okay. I love you too. I'm going to give them one more minute to finish that out, and I'm going to call you real quick because I forgot to tell you something.
Okay, okay.
All right, bye. You're back.
I'm back. Am I fixing my hair for everybody to see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, welcome. Oh, hope you guys all got your names in there, and so that you can get that drawing that I'm kind of jealous of. And we will put together all that. So much goodness to give you guys. So excited. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you all for being here today. This has been almost a 5-hour webinar. I think we planned this to be 2. So good for those of you who are still here. So grateful to have you here. And so many of you have been a part of the village for some time, and we just love and appreciate you and all you add to the village. So thank you so much. And then make sure that you have, in the emails, you'll get everything that we promised in the links, the discounts, all the fun stuff that you need to help your coming school year be totally and utterly productive. And the whole point of my homeschool village, you guys, is so that you, as the mom, can feel confident knowing you've done all you can for your children. Yeah, there's a million curriculums out there. There's a million programs out there. There's so much available to us as homeschoolers. But the bottom line is, do you as a mother know that you are in the best place for your children? It's about building the mom so that the children can be built after. And that's what we're after. This is one of the reasons we are starting to add into the membership now courses for mom, how you can become successful yourself, how you can follow your dreams so that your children can follow you. What skills do you need to be able to have in your life to be able to teach your children to be successful? I think one of the most frustrating things for me was, we talk about all the time, how do I teach my child if I don't know myself? And it's how do I teach my kids upper math if I don't know myself? Well, I find an expert to do that for me, right? How do I teach my child a science? I don't know myself. Well, that's what Steve's for. We find someone else to do that for us. That's what my homeschool village is. We are also here because how does mom teach her children to be successful? Or how does mom teach her children to have a great self-esteem when she herself doesn't have one? That's why my homeschool village is here. That's what our membership is for. That's what the whole purpose is, so that we can build moms, so that the moms build their children, so that together we can build a better life and a better world for our children and our grandchildren to grow up in. This isn't about just checking the boxes for math and history and subjects that need taught. This is about building the whole person, mind, body, spirit. The mother is the center. We've got to build ourselves, each other. That's the point, so that we can then let those ripples flow and our children can also become great and successful. But we can do this, moms. I know you can. I know the woman I was 20 years ago when I started homeschooling was very insecure, very lost, didn't know a lot, felt pretty dang dumb. And after 20 years of homeschooling my children, I have learned that I am actually smart. I'm intelligent. I believe I'm beautiful in and out. And that came because I had children that I spent time with, that I invested my everything in. And in return, they invested their everything in me. And everything I know now is because of my children, because I spent time with them, because for them, I could work on my self-esteem, because for them, I could work on my health, because for them, I would learn math. Those are all things I would have never done for myself if they had been in public school. I don't know where I would be today. And I truly believe that homeschooling isn't just about the kids. It's about mom too, and dad. We are all better. My entire family, we are stronger, better people because of it. And I'm starting to already see the trickles. As my children were being homeschooled, and I had many of my in-laws were like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Plenty of critics in my homeschool world. And now what's interesting is to watch my nieces and nephews whose parents refuse to homeschool come to me and say, I want to homeschool my kids like yours. What do I do? I literally had an 18-year-old niece come to me 2 days ago and say, I want to homeschool. I think the way you do it is right. How am I going to do this for my own children? I'm like, well, first find a husband. And she's like, yeah, I know. But I'm amazed at how the ripple effects that come. You don't know who's watching you. You have not only your children, but some other women in the world who are watching you and want your life and want to be like you. And you just have to keep moving forward. Keep moving forward one step at a time. And this is what My Homeschool Village is here to help you do. So as we are, those of you in the membership, once your price is locked in, guys, we just keep adding. We will forever be adding more and more to the program that we feel will help you in your lives, both personally and for your children, whether they're courses on entrepreneurship. We're going to be adding in some finance courses in there, both for home and business. Investment classes will be in there. So much that we as moms can use and apply in our lives, and then show our children what a lifelong education looks like. All of that will be included. Once you've locked in your price, you're locked in. My Homeschool Village will never be cheaper than right now. Never. It's $35 a month per kid. If you got 2 kids, it's $63. So you've already saved money. If you have 3 kids, it's $97. Look how much you've saved. And if you have 4 kids, you still pay $97. 5, you still pay $97. So if you're looking to educate your children and you want to get that price locked in, lock in. Please know, if you quit, when you re-sign up, it's the new price you have to sign up with. But if you keep it, you stay. So make sure your price is locked in. You only have till August 1st. And then we're adding everything else that we've got coming. And don't worry, you'll have access to that too. So the beauty of locking in now is that you get access to the stuff we're adding in too, without the extra price. The new people will be paying the higher price because it is truly valued. The program we have, you guys, if I had found this when I was getting when I started homeschooling 20 years ago, I'd have sold my left arm to get into this program. It's everything that we had hoped to have. That's what Heather and I created, is everything we wanted when we were at this stage. And if you join the village, you will not lack for a single resource ever again in homeschooling. That I can promise you. And if you do, let me know what it is and I'll add it in. So come on in. So you've got the $35 now. It will go up to $97 per child. And there will not be a family price anymore. It'll be a per child price, but you will get discounts. And then we're adding in How to Raise Successful Children course. We're adding in thestudy.com, which everybody will be getting. We're adding in the Increase Your IQ games. Those are coming up as well. We have lost education.com. Not a big loss. We found somebody much better. We're having a conversation with them tomorrow to sign those contracts and get that worked out. And so you'll still get your free printables. They're coming. And let's see, what else are we adding in? We're adding in, we will be adding in how to make your own money in homeschooling with creating mini villages. That is taking us more time than we would like, but it is pretty intense and it's pretty big. And so it is going to take, we want to make sure we do it right. So we're working on that. And then we're also working on a Spanish program. If you have friends who speak Spanish who would like to homeschool, but they're here in the American world and they need to teach in English, we have one program. If there's Spanish speakers in a Spanish speaking world, say South America, we are working on a different program for that. Having a Hispanic husband, I'm a big fan of the Hispanic community. So let's see, what else do we need to do? So I just wanted to make sure, do you have any questions about the program, what it includes, what you need? Remember, if you sign up for My Homeschool Village, you don't need a single thing. No more textbooks. There's even books on there, you guys. And I will even provide, you can get your computers. If you are a member, you can get the Chromebook for $135. If you're not a member, it's $165. Don't know if you saw that. And then if you pay for the whole year up front, we'll just throw in the Chromebook. So make sure that you're signing up before August 1st to get the lowest price ever. And I can't guarantee the price won't go up again. It'll just depend on what we're adding and what's going on and where we're at. But we will always be trying to improve My Homeschool Villages program for you and your family. Your family's growing. The world is changing, and we are going to keep up with it. I can guarantee you the public school cannot promise that, nor can a private school. Even the private schools are far behind, guys. We are going to be having an AI class. I am very much looking forward to showing you how to help your children use AI, although I have a feeling they probably will figure it out faster than we will, because it's going to be such a natural for them. So any other questions for you? I highly recommend you get signed up before you forget, because come August 1st, like you have till midnight on the 31st of July. Come August 1st, it's the new price, and that's it. So then we'll be moving over to the new platform, which will be absolutely amazing. We will have our lives on there as well. Anyway, it's a huge, huge project that we are undertaking, but we're so excited because we feel this is what is going to serve you best. You will be able, it will be so much more smooth. It will be easier for you to handle. It'll be easier for your children to go in and work on their own. We really are changing education, the face of education, and the way people think about education, because let's be honest, it's been a long time since education's been good. We are elevating our children. We are showing them the next level of who we can be as children of God here on earth. So that's what we're here for. Please reach out to us for any reason inside My Homeschool Village. We love to help you out. And there's always amazing moms in there that are answering questions too. So you get multiple points of view, which is beautiful. And then, and if you have problems like, where are you, Trish? Having some issues with some of the tech issues, please email us. We are working on quite a few right now. We don't know what's going on, but we're getting there. Always tech issues. You can't help that. We're just in the modern world. There will always be a tech issue. All right. So we've got drawing. How soon here, Heather, are we ready for a drawing?
Yep. I just got to share the screen and do the drawing.
Okay. And this is the big one. What's in this draw? What is in this?
The Chromebook, the thumb drive.
And the other, or where this is just one big?
This is all one big.
Oh, okay.
So Chromebook, thumb drive, your book, and a surprise. I haven't decided what I want to give them yet. And then a surprise for their friend. So if they entered their friend's name and they won, we will send their friend a gift as well.
Okay, so I'm hearing around a $200 value here.
Well, more because the Chromebook is more than that. So yeah.
Oh, the Chromebook is oh my goodness, I'm looking at a $300 value here.
Right. Yep. So give me a second.
$300 value giveaway.
Remember, I'm the favorite.
This is Heather. You suck up. Yay. Sorry.
Right. Let me find the spinny wheel thing because I want to make sure people know I'm being fair.
No favorites.
I'm not picking any favorites. That's not the one I wanted. I'm going to close that one out. Do a different one. Share the screen.
Hey, she's going to give a list on exactly what I'm sending out here. All this stuff in my garage.
Right. All right, we ready?
That's the drum roll. Drum roll. Who's getting a $300 value?
Whoever Tony was.
Tony.
Tony. We have Tony.
Tony.
Yes.
Congratulations. Is that girl Tony or boy Tony?
I don't know, but the email's in my box, so I've got it.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Tony.
For a $300 valued gift for you.
That's not what I meant.
That's exciting. Cool. Okay.
Yay.
Yay. And what else we do? This is recorded, guys. We'll be sending it in their emails. How are we going to get them this?
Yes. Oh, this I don't know yet. It's probably going to be too big because it's almost 5 hours long. So we will probably have to break it up into different sections based on the topics that you spoke. Okay. And then I'll send a link to that. But everybody's going to get a goodie email with a bunch of stuff in it. The planner will be in there, and the coupons for the 35% off the t-shirts, 50% off of the courses, and whatever. Oh, the thing from Molly. She had something that she was going to give them.
Yeah, the planner, the food plan.
Yes. So all of that will be in there. And
wow. Why don't you just give them my card while you're at it?
If you were 1,800 miles away.
Oh, you don't want my car. It's crap. Wow. Heather, well done. Thank you. Thank you, Heather, for treating us all very well.
Anytime. Oh, by the way, are you going live inside of Mighty Networks in 20 minutes, or are we done for the day?
I don't know. That's kind of what I was wondering because I've been talking for almost 5 hours. So
I'm good.
I can.
All right. Well, I will see you guys later. It was good having you guys and seeing some of you on here. And if you have any questions, now is the time to ask. And I don't know, Becky, did you tell them where to go to sign up if they haven't already signed up?
Oh, no. Do you have a link here? My
It's on
Homeschool Village Club. It's right there, guys. If you want to grab the membership before August 1st, there's your link. Get it now, so you don't have to pay the full price later.
All right. Well, I am out of here. I'm going to just keep running things on the back end, and whenever you say goodbye, I'll turn it off.
Okay, well, guys, thank you so much for coming, and glad to have you. And we will see you inside the village. You guys happy homeschooling? Let us know how we can help you, and please remember to reach out and help someone else. Oh, wait, I already paid for July's payment, so now I have to pay $97 for the whole program for all 3 of my kids. No, go message me. If you paid July and you need to upgrade, we'll just upgrade what you're missing. Okay, yeah, don't worry. We'll go message me inside the village and we'll take care of it. Okay. We'll always be fair. I have the VIP membership with 1 kid in 3rd grade and my youngest doing pre-K. Once my youngest starts 1st grade, will I need a different membership for her? I don't want to have to add her. Are you paying for 1 kid or 2 kids? If you're paying for 1 kid, yes. If you're paying, you could do it now. If you're paying for 2 children, no, you're good. Didn't you sign up for 2 kids? Yeah. If you're just upgrading 1 child, wait. When they start 1st grade, will I need a different membership for her? That's a good question. That's a great question. I'll tell you one thing. We take care of our members. Okay. So does that lock you in? Probably. Because I need to figure that out. What happens if I want to ask my son in a year? Is it more? Yes, it will be in a year. I am sorry, but yeah. Yeah, we can't lock the price in further only because it really will. It's going to cost us. I'm so blessed to have come across my Homeschool Village post. All you ladies are absolutely beautiful, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Trish. So sweet. Thank you. And we're working on your program. Yeah, thank you, everyone. We will private message me those questions about the money and your membership, and let's talk. Okay, we'll get that taken care of. This webinar really helped me de-stress the beginning of our year. Thank you so much, and I'm excited to have you ladies now. Oh, good. I'm glad we could help. Our pleasure. So our pleasure. And remember, when things get stressful, again, because they will, make sure you reach out. That's what we're here for. Okay. Thank you so much. I love your comments. You guys are amazing women, and you have got this. So really, it's just about us supporting each other and know that the good days and the bad days will come, and we're all here for both. So have a beautiful week. Happy homeschooling to you all, and we will see you inside the village. Talk to you soon.